Well, Al, who's the resident tech man, has just come up and we've had a chat about various network providers and what have you. And he said the reason why Vodafone won't improve the structure around here is because their view as a company is that sheep cannot type or use social media. Just not enough people here, often enough for them to bother packing, not packing it up, beefing up the system. And I must admit, I've been with Vodafone for 21 years. Yeah, it's mind-boggling how bad their customer service department has got, semi-automated and not working. And the maddest thing is, I hated mobile phones, and when I closed my workshop for a few years in the back end of the 90s, I actually went to work for Vodafone in their customer services department. I'm like that, you see. I like to find out about things I don't like. Anyway, so if you're with EE, you may well have some fairly decent coverage, and everybody else, yeah, it would be wonderful. You might not, if you try and log on, you might not be able to see it. However, your friends at home can watch it live, and you will be able to go back to Retro Rides TV, the YouTube channel, and watch everything at home, at your leisure, in the future. Sheep don't type and can't use social media. Oh, I like that, El. You should have been in copywriter.
Vibrating there. Just like with there, and then the steam comes, and the steam coming out the front as well. Honest to God, it was bloody brilliant. Never lasted though. You still don't get it now? No, I mean, 40X now, I think, is the closest you'll get to that now. That's Cine Auto. You can get on. I'm trying to think now if they've got one in Birmingham, but they get one in Telford. I think it was too much anyway. It really, in retrospect, there was no need for it. You'd have been paying, you'd been paying 10, 20 quid a ticket then, you know what I mean? So I'm going to guess that was like mid-90s. What, that? No. Oh yeah, late 80s, yeah. I can't remember. As I said, it was a year before Top Gun. Yeah. And I guess Top Gun was early 80s.
So we say Borada, that's good morning in Welsh, to that crazy little Anglia. Wow, he's giving it some beats. He had a good few runs up the hill yesterday, several of them very sideways in the wet. Beautifully, oh yes, he's drifted round both S's. Whoa, a major wobble coming out of the top S. Almost got the bank. Oh, folks, we are so lucky this year. So this is a selection of our guest cars. That Evo was in the top 5 for most of yesterday. Getting to the top of the hill in the low 30-second zone, I think it was. Oh, now this I'm liking a lot. Wow. I've always been a fan of estate cars, pickups and panel vans. Brilliant. Sorry, my early Jap spotting skills have gone out the window. Sonny's Cummers Estates, I don't know, but he's absolutely hooning it up the hill. What a run. And here comes the 67 comma again. They've literally stripped everything out from the inside of that camper van. And I don't know what motor it's running, but it surely can't be a stocker. And virtually no body roll. Suspension's obviously been stiffened up too. This is not just a joke comedy entry, that comma fan. He's doing a really good job. Right, looks like we're back into our batch running again. So members of the public who all pre-book, this is the thing, if you ever want to go up the hill at this event, you need to be keeping an eye out on the social media and on the Retro Rides website for announcements of when these slots become available, because they always get snapped up real quick. And the MGB with some very nice bubble arches. This is about the only era of Passat I haven't owned. I've got a bit of a penchant for Passats. Had a number of GL5s in the late 90s. Still got one sat languishing somewhere. Hopefully it's still there. Not seen it for a few years. The CRX very undramatically making its way up the hill. Very clean run there. If you get a chance to see this, assuming it's a Sprite very unusual hardtop, and interesting induction system. So if you get to see this with the front hood up, well worthwhile having a poke around in there. Get some pictures, beautifully presented, some massive, massive air intakes. So second time up the hill now for these drivers. Wow. So many of them very sensibly on the first pass up the hill. Just taking it steady, a little squirt of speed here and there, get used to the corners, get used to the traction. I mean, it literally, it was regulation, to be honest. The sun was out from first thing this morning, but we've still got a couple of areas of the tarmac that look a bit damp. Well, the whole thing about this event is the fact that it is very laid back, and there is something for everybody in terms of styles of cars from different eras and what have you. Obviously, it's everybody coming together. Doesn't matter whether you're into your Fords, your Volkswagens, your Vauxhalls, your classics, your 80s and 90s versions. It's all here somewhere. We've got the massive show field where there's always some interesting cars out there. There's always going to be something you've never seen before. So that's worth a gentle stroll around, especially if you're into taking pictures. We've also got the Retro Rides Gathering information point and merchandising stall. That's the purple tent that's up near the Kinney's Bouncing Castle. So this team like to look after the small people. So if you look up the hill, you'll see the bouncy castle, you'll see the merch stall. Well, there's body roll on the Land Rover, but it seems to have some stiffer suspension. It's quite equally done. We've also got a good selection of food vendors. We've got the ones based in the trucks on the edge of the show field. We've got some car-relevant traders there. Tools and consumables, supplies, T-shirts, that sort of stuff. Oh, issues for the Datsun there. Just cannot find another gear. And in the area adjacent to the start line and the paddocks, where you see the tall farm buildings, some really nice food available there in the cafe, and opposite that on the other side of the courtyard, I don't suppose it'll be open for a little while yet, is the bar with the friendliest bar staff you're ever likely to meet. They were absolutely going above and beyond to cater for people's needs last night. And this time next year, when we do it all again and you're here camping, definitely the place to hang out. After the auction, don't feel as though you need to run back to your campsite area. The bar stays open quite late. And yeah, just some brilliant chats. And yeah, it was nice to shelter from the rain, because good grief did it hammer down. That rain held off for the TAT auction absolutely perfectly. And all credit to everybody who donated, and particularly the team running the auction, seeing the stuff being backwards and forwards and little descriptions of what was coming out. Hilarious and brilliant.
I've been here for a week, I slept under there.
Well, I can only assume that's a bike engine, the way that's revving. But some of these questions I'm vocalising, we'll have answers to, because I will go down amongst the drivers with the radio mic. I'll probably head off in about 20 minutes and start doing some interviews. Let's get some actual information about the cars rather than guesswork or memories. So on the last trip up the hill, the Yank tank was taking it very, very steady, but he's actually put his foot down now. It's going to get interesting. He's just made it up to the bottom there. He's not hanging around. Wow, impressive stuff. So remember, today we are not running under race conditions. We're not under Motorsports UK. That's the latest name for the organisation. It was originally the Royal Automobile Club's Motorsports Association. So all of the timing equipment is turned off. It's drivers pitting themselves and their machines against the hill rather than the clock. And that said, we do have some rather special and rather quick cars here today. This being one of them. MR2 doesn't look overly modified, but very well balanced, taking the bends at some speed. The Golf looks quite a contender too, cornering very flat and very fast. What looks to be a bone stock Metro in beige. Mr. Hubnut would be very excited if he could see this. It sounds like a bone stock one as well. I'm loving that. Yes, when we have a longer than normal delay, it's because the previous car hasn't got clear of the S's yet. The Aston driver's having to wait a little while because the Metro's only just got to the S's. Nice. Crispy, crispy. A little Viva flying up the track now. If you're a regular to this event, you'll be familiar with the Viva van, a little blue one. Wacky Mick Wilkes is here with Little Bluebell. Having had a little incident with yet another motor, he's put together a slightly different package this time. A slightly smaller turbo, so that the boost comes in a bit quicker, just especially to get up the hill as quick as he can. And those of you who were at the auction last night will know that he does like to add extra things for certain people. Anyway, we'll see more of that later on because I'm sure we'll catch up with Mick down there in the paddock. Okay, looks like we've just come to the end of another match. So the red flags come out. And the cars will be heading back down, all in a little convoy. Wow, it's nice to see so many people that listen to what I was saying first thing about going up the hill and having a look around up there. It's nicely packed. Though having said that, there are literally hundreds and hundreds of grandstand seats up there. They're a little rustic and rural. I wouldn't want you to think you're going to be sitting in a three-piece leather sofa when you get up there, but they're more than adequate.
Covers a multitude of things. Oh dear. Hey ho. into, had a brilliant signal a second ago, and now
Okay, so this is 911 power. It's a 2.6 or 7 in there at the moment, and he's just bought a 3 litre plus to go in the back of this 1303. He's a really lovely bloke. He's Volkswagen air-cooled through and through, his whole family is, and this is a quick beast. And you won't see many 1303s with sloping headlamps either. As he left the start line there, I thought that wasn't what he was doing yesterday. I think that might be my fault. We were up in the bar quite late last night. I never normally drink alcohol, but it was a good night. Don't forget, free access to the paddock area, and as long as the drivers and crews aren't looking stressed, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. So Driftworks, been a big part of the drift scene in the UK from the drift scene starting over here. They were a big part of sponsoring several drivers at the European Drift Championship. I was fortunate enough to front along with Maz, that was some time ago now, with the Time Attack. They were great days, bonkers. We're going up to Silverstone and seeing machines like this battling out around the track. So when you get home, there's already an edited version of the previous run from this Driftworks machine up the hill on the YouTube channel, which is Retro Rides TV, and I'm sure that this will make it on too. He was even swinging the back end out on the dead straight bits going up the hill earlier. I think that I was driving when these cars first released onto the market, and everybody was after the carbs off of these, which I believe are Solex too, because you can turbo just about anything. As I have many times.
That's slightly superior. That's quite funny. It's been 5 minutes. Oh, I slap it. And it gets to about now, you go, Velcro here, slows everything.
How long Shroud is doing his rugby sound.
I know.
Are you on that?
Move it. So yeah, there's a tag out. I've got to put it in.
Let's say about advertising.
It's definitely easier walking the track. But normally you walk up the track at the bottom.
Tough one to call.
It's not loose, it's not steep.
You've got a flat bit here.
Yeah.
I feel like I could run the spectator back to the finish. Running up the track itself.
You know what you mean, yeah. I know what you mean. Oh, there you are. Yes. So good.
Where were you last week?
We were down in Devon. We were going to go away. I don't know if we get cancellation.
Oh, Scott. As soon as Scott did that 22.64.
Yeah.
Before
Yeah.
for the rest of it.
Yeah, at that point you knew something. We didn't get used to.
That's roughly what I'm kind of saying. I mean, you know, you keep people friendly. Well, you keep the area friendly by making people
But yeah, and for Scott, he could be so smooth, isn't he?
I know it doesn't look quick at all.
No.
It's that onboard system as well, it's really slow.
Yeah. But aye. All three
You have to feel sorry. It would have been better if Alex had after Wallace and he did that little bit. God, imagine that. 22.5 by 22.5 feet. After rather than this. Almost, if you get that from the lower man show.
Not taking anything away from it, but it would almost be nice if it was a lot of Alex or Wallace or Scott who took the rest of it. I don't want to think, you know what?
Yeah, Scott did a 22.64.
Dave did 26.8.
That was just mental. He needed Trevor to sort of get.
Yeah, he's almost, yeah.
Biannual meetings with them and always saying that, you know, 5 weekends a month.
I don't think Richard's cars up there is yet. I don't think Richard got the 22s with it, I wouldn't have thought.
Similar setup to what Rich did. Certainly low quantity.
I don't think his car's got enough power for this hill. It hasn't got enough brake or flow, it hasn't got enough torque, I don't think, for this hill.
Well, I've just caught up with the driver of the Comma. There's some specs on the side, but it won't be time for that because he's due to go up the hill. But how are you finding your journey up the hill?
It's going well, luxurious. It's going well.
Have you upgraded the suspension as well?
Yeah, it's got stops better than it ever has.
Amazing. Seeing you go up the hill, it's just been a joy. Stay safe and have fun. Cheers. Okay, well, just behind the Commas, one of the other unlikely things going up the hill today. Land Rover models are always escaping me. Please, give us a rundown of your lovely beast.
Well, good afternoon. What am I talking about? It's good morning, isn't it? Why is it morning? It does indeed. So she's a 1988 Land Rover 110 Euro pallet in the back. Was a turbo diesel. Don't like diesels, got bored over lockdown, and my girlfriend Rachel, who's hammering up the hill in the CRX, we put in a lightly warmed over 3.5 litre Rover V8 over lockdown on a factory 5-speed V8 box, and yeah, it's going all right.
Excellent. And you seem to have some body roll, but very consistent. Has this got upgraded suspension too, or is it all stock?
It's all standard. With it being the high capacity, I think it had very stiff rear springs on the back, so they're rated to carry a ton, right? So yeah, she's kind of stiff for what she is, but it's managing it. Like, you got to just get the momentum in first and use the weight to your advantage. It's good. It's good fun. It's good.
Well, this is the polar opposite of my friend Norman the farmer, who I've been helping out with cows during lockdown. His is so knackered, it's unreal. It's nice to see it with the stance it should have. Anyway, top entertainment. Stay safe, have fun. Cheers, guys.
He's opened the door and you're going to put the hood down. Yay! He's going to carry on. What is it? The Calvert?
Right, folks, earlier on I said interesting hardtop, lovely induction setup, and rather than me guess and waffle and get it wrong, I found the driver. So first off, dude, what's your name, where are you from?
My name's John, down from Gap.
That was almost a Liam Duran moment.
Oh, yeah.
And your little tin box, was I right? Please tell me it's a frog eye and I get it.
It is a frog-eyed Sprite, you are correct.
Hooray! Okay, so the hardtop, quite a rare option, I'm guessing. I don't think I've seen one before.
No, it's a Ashley GT fastback, so they didn't do many of them, they're quite sought after. But I bought this, when I got the car, it came with no hardtop. So I bought this from an old bloke. He had the hardtop since 1969 and had it sat in his garage ever since. So, I mean, it was off the car for 40 years, so, and it was in a state, but obviously I got it back. It was missing everything other than side windows, but there's a bloke that now reproduces them. So I managed to get all the trims, all the windows that I was missing, and make everything up. So, and then gave it to the body shop and went, make it suit the car. Do it old English white, but patina it in such a way that it doesn't quite look patina like made. But yeah, it looks good.
It's a lovely job now there. The bomber seats, it's quite an unusual layout, this car. I'm guessing these aren't off the shelf, but these custom made, yeah? Oh, okay. Well, they're quite nice. They're half-size Kirkis. I didn't know they did them.
Yeah, actually they're massive seat. If you sit in it, I fly around in it. So it'd be nice if they were a bit smaller. But yeah, they're just off-the-shelf Kirkis and then tweed bases all made up to make it vaguely more comfortable.
Match my hat, I think. Anyway, the motor. Please tell me about the motor and the impressive-looking induction system.
So the engine is a 20-valve 4AGE GE out of a AE111 Corolla 11, so Toyota engine. The whole thing is it's bone stock ECU, stock throttle bodies from the factory, and all it is a set of trumpets and an exhaust.
And a fake costume badge to confuse idiots like me, yeah?
Yes.
It worked. Anybody you'd like to thank who's helped along the way? Or well, Ed, really, I want you to have the opportunity to do something nice after giving me your time.
Yeah. It myself, I bought it off a bloke called Pipey McGraw. He's quite well followed in the sort of retro community. I bought it probably a couple of months ago now. I've done a few bits to it, but he built it with Paul and Coltec and Martin and Liam from Stolen Engineering, who've got the one using the Sierra and his Roman Power Escort there. They built most of the cars. So.
See, when I was referring myself as an idiot a minute ago, I just realised the addition of a hardtop has thrown my memory cells all over. Was it running that motor when he was running it?
What originally? Yeah, it was.
Oh, it's hilarious. I saw him last night. I've not seen him today, but he'll have a good laugh at me. Well, excellent stuff. Thank you very much. I'm stunned. It's brilliant, and I'm going to go and find somebody else. Cheers, dude. Enjoy your day. Okay, oh no, we are. We've still got radio mic coverage. This is brilliant. So a very impressive little Fiat. Oh, it's a Patone one as well. My very first girlfriend's cousin had one of these that he parked in our garden, and it literally disintegrated. It was in a state, and he wanted some welding done to it. These are rare, aren't they? They've not lasted well.
Yeah, they are quite rare. This one's all right though.
Well, it's better than all right. It's absolutely fantastic. Now, this has got a very warmed over motor. You're going up that hill at some serious rate. Is it based on the original X19, warmed over, or have you done an engine transplant?
I've got on the K20 turbo on it.
And all the work done yourself?
I've done everything on it
It's pretty impressive. And in terms of road miles and what have you, do you use it as a road car, or is it for track days and hill climbs and things?
Yeah, it's fully road legal. Yeah, I use it all the time. Yeah, to work in it and everything.
Brilliant stuff. If I said Rosendale Valley to you, I'm guessing that wouldn't be too far from where you're from, yeah? Oh, you don't know where it is? Really? That's funny. I'm getting Lancashire confused with the blooming Midlands now. I'm having a proper day of it. Anybody you'd like to thank or give a shout out to, a business, anything you like?
Cruisers Auto Electrics, K4 Vehicle Maintenance Limited.
Brilliant stuff, dude. A lot of people are taking photographs of you leaving the start line. It's going down very well. Have a great day. Thank you for your time. Cheers. Well, I'm doing hand signals with the. I'm just trying to find some confirmation. There's no confirmation at all. The little Lotus 7 look-alike with a very, very high revving engine in it. So is it a motorcycle engine in here or a car engine? It's a Yamaha R1, I guessed right, thank goodness for that. Have you had the vehicle very long?
12, 13 years, something like that.
Okay, so 12 or 13 years, so has it been a gradual development over that time? Is this a serious tinkering toy, or did you get it right and just enjoy it?
Yeah, I fixed it up really and done a couple of modifications, and yeah, I'm quite happy with it really.
And are you new to hill climbing, or is this a regular thing?
New here, new to this track. Did a bit of hill climbing, Kerbera. Yeah, car did well there. So, yeah, see how it goes today.
Well, hopefully you heard most of that. Obviously, open top car and very quick. He's got a crash helmet on. So basically, he's owned it about 11 or 12 years. Has done various modifications to it and been up on various other hill climbs, but brand new here, and he's absolutely loving it. Thank you very much for your time. Stay safe and stay dry. Well, of course. Love Metro. Oh, I see hubnut stickers all over your helmet as well. So, God, I've missed that, and I've missed Ian so far as well. Folks, I like beige. It's a fantastic colour for hearing aids and medical devices, and mini Metros. And I'm colourblind, so I'm hoping you're going to say it is beige and not an off-white or something. Darren White, oh dear, okay. So your name, where you're from, and why you've got this wonderfully ludicrous and pleasant vehicle.
Well, I'm Simon, we're from South Wales today. We actually just wanted an old classic car. Minis were just way out of our price range, so we saw this locally, literally around the corner. Bought it off a great guy called Tom. Yeah, and we've owned it for 6 years, and it was our wedding car as well, so yeah, it's all good, it's all good.
You're going to tell me it's a one or two owner from new as well, yeah?
Only one owner, well, I'm its second owner. Yeah, 35, it ticked over 35,000 getting here today, so.
Good grief. So what, he's literally just pottering around the villages, yeah?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we use it every day because it's not a garage ornament, you know, so yeah, we love it. It's been great going up the hill in it.
Would you like to say thank you to, or shout out, anything like that?
Well, I'm actually going to be hooking up with the Young Retro Motor Club in a bit, which I'm a part of. So, but yeah, and hi to Ian Seabrook if he's about.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping to catch up with him. I've not seen him for ages. Thanks for bringing it along. Honestly, the smiles as you left the start line was brilliant. Have a great time.
He was eating dust off that barrel back.
Maybe plan at the same time.
Well, I've got a new mobile as well, so I've got to get hold of it.
Oh, right, okay.
I kind of missed my old one. I think the microphone on my old one was better, but then the video quality itself was better.
It is.
It's in the hedge.
He hasn't got kids, though, don't I had a cereal bar with the car coming thanks to my folk bar. Oh yeah, alright. Look at him. I would have been quicker, but I actually probably found the only police car the only police car in Worcestershire from Broadheath to
rolling, Yolanda?
It is.
Counting?
Yeah.
Or
Be nice if somebody bought that. Robert Kenrick should buy it. Oh, no, it's backwards for me.
oh, this is awesome. I want to see it smoke it off the light. No,
I'm going to
seriously.
stand by the light. I have to watch the light stream. It's dead in there and everything.
Yeah,
It's got to kill
coming
something.
up to the lobby, it's turbo, you can hear it.
Imagine if oh, don't use the chap on the gate, didn't you?
Okay, folks, the next batch of guest cars are coming out. Keep an eye on this crazy little Ford Anglia. The lovely Sir William fellow at the wheel. This is a car he saw as an 8 or a 9-year-old, and then he got the opportunity to buy it. It literally is the same car. Has been specifically set up and used for hill climbing for decades. His normal motorsport pleasure, if you like, is classic rally cars, and he's had a couple of massive offs that he was explaining to me last night. Once ending up upside down, breaking ice and sinking into a lake, and another time nearly sideswiping a 500-year-old oak tree, but just missed it. Brilliant little car, loads of poke. So just a heads up everyone, the paddock area is open. You can wander around, look at the cars, take photographs, but please, please keep your wits about you. We have vehicle movements, and if you've got youngsters with you, please keep hold of them at all times. Cars are moving around in the paddock area. We don't want anything nasty to happen.
Oh, that really hurts. How loud they sound on this.
Wow, Mad Mick Wilkes in Bluebird, the Viva van. International star of TV coming along. And I'm pleased to say the 1303 Beetle with the crazy 911 motor in the back of it has just fired up. He's been having some problems getting it to fire up. I think that'll be coming out too. So if you want to see super quick cars with drivers with experience going up the hill, these guest cars are going to be coming your way again in a few more minutes. Okay, back to the 70s we go then, with modern engine transplants.
Oh, this is very rustic.
Well, 4 years ago, I got the pleasure stroke terror of going up the hill in this little blue van. I squealed the whole way, I'm proud enough to admit. So flat six power and an awful lot of it. And a much bigger engine is sat on the bench and almost ready to go in. And this engine is going to go back to its traditional home. It's going to go back into a 911 he's purchased recently.
X19. Yeah, it's better than the one that was up yesterday.
Yeah, right, yeah.
It's not really a retro rolling car. He's in the hedge. Go into a hedge and leave it in there. Seen him bounce off it and bounce back out. Like, Nick ran with the man at Peter did. Bounced off and he's back next year.
Oh, right, okay.
He's tapping a little mini big thing, isn't he? Bounced that one.
That's right.
What, I can't forgot his name. Is it Grimes?
On the side, it wasn't Stephen Moore, it was the other one, wasn't it?
Yeah, not the hood. Oh, Craig Antler.
Yeah, that's
They don't
first.
all go over.
That's first, isn't it? Then isn't it Prescott, then Logan, isn't it?
Is there another Lowton Championship?
Yeah, the Logan's the last round.
Oh, right. Oh, they have their race.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think so. 24th, 25th of September is the last one, isn't it? Which is Logan.
Yes.
Yeah, well, he was,
I'm looking forward to that. I hope Sean Gould goes.
It's good that Strickling, Tom Weaver. Oh no, yeah. I don't think you can go in front if you want. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, but yeah, they can't even, that's the problem with it.
Richard
Leo, he knows to get it.
Catch that 1,000 times the speed it's going.
Press the bonnet. First time I've seen it. You know, in the single seater. Yeah, he's well over it. Always. Always has been in seasons and last year.
Oh, I quite like this picture. I quite like this picture. Nice colour as well. He's driving quicker than he was the other time. Well, I work at Dunelm, so I know all about the could have done. Probably should have done. That with me, Darren and Jefferson. We're having to watch what we say. Yes, this is a bit of a banger, man. We'll give it some beans to feed. be alright in
No, not yet. Rich, are you okay? Yeah. Do you want to swap with me for some time? I'm alright. Sure about that? Yeah? Annoying you?
Yeah, well, I think
Just annoying you?
I know a kipper. I know a kipper feel.
That's a lie.
I'm alright, thanks, Vic. I bet most people think you're quite nice, really. I don't know what they say about them. You're nice to them. You must hate me. I think I'll work that out, Vic. Don't do that.
Well, it's always nice to catch up on cars year on year as improvements are made, and I've just caught up with a little yellow fugitive that I first saw here. I think it was 3 years ago. Yeah, because of the stolen year. We must remember that. Was I right in thinking that you'd purchased the vehicle quite recently prior to coming here with it, or had you had it for a while? I can't remember.
We've had it about 5 years. We built an engine to start with, and then bought the Fugitive, and the first year it ran up the hill with a 1300, and now it's 2 litre, and now it's sorted as well.
Yeah, because it was a Fugitives with tall tyres and standard engines. Even travelling along a dual carriageway, if you get to a bit of an incline, they can be a bit asthmatic going up the hills, would be a good description, yeah. But so you've downed your tyre size, you up the CC, and you've had it tuned now, and it was cornering flat and going quite fast. Are you enjoying the new experience?
Oh yes, very much.
And what's it like out on the road now? Because air-cooled flat fours and tuning, you can have temperature issues, temperamental issues.
We've put a oil temp sensor in a sump. I've got one ready to go in the oil passages, but it seems to be okay. It doesn't. The oil's not smelling burnt. It's not. It doesn't seem to have any massive issues, so it seems pretty reliable.
All those horrible things you had on the way to various events, all now a thing of the past, and a big smile because of the power, yeah? And what about fuel consumption? Because ironically, quite often, you tune an engine and get more power, quite often get better fuel consumption.
Fuel gauge, it's so I dipped the tank. We went to Santa Pod. We didn't use quarter of a tank of fuel. We got 9 runs, so it does seem to be doing quite well. I keep meaning to brim it and then take it somewhere and check it, but yeah.
It's irrelevant. If it's running right, not giving you any hassles and giving you plenty of smiles, it's all you want, really, isn't it? Anybody you'd like to say hi to?
The family, I suppose, and Reese, maybe, and his dad.
And your boy gets bigger and bigger every time I see him. You'll be driving it soon, a couple more years. Anyway, have a good afternoon. Good to catch up with you. Cheers. Well, I can't remember whether it was a trailer or a tow vehicle with 504 preparation. I wondered what was going to turn up. And it's quite an interesting Metro. I don't recognise the body panels on it, so please, sir, what's your name, where you from, shout out for your company if it is, and tell us about your lovely car.
Okay, so I'm Ben, I'm from Buxton, Derbyshire. 504 preparation, it's my little sideline, it's not a full-time job. I do car rebuilds and I do make adjustable suspension components for Metro, predominantly A-series parts, on Facebook, Instagram. I'll take some videos, they'll be on YouTube. But yeah, it's an Austin Mini Metro. It's now running 1380, open board 1275, 1380 with a turbo, Garrett T3. Body panels started by Tom Walkinshaw Racing, a rallycross project. These are the actual arches that he made, and then the moulds are taken off these are. And I believe Smith and Deakin own the moulds now. But yeah, there's maybe 1 or 2 others possibly with these arches. One's got, I think, a Saab engine in the back. But yeah, it's a bit of fun. It's
So this was a TWR prototype, yeah?
The arches were, yeah. The arches were bought from the guy that actually built the car. I've rebuilt it, but the guy built it 20.
So, amazing. Have you been using it for motorsport stuff for long? Is it a recently completed project?
No, I've had it. I mean, it's I am not willing to at it days, track days, sprints, hill climbs. This is, it's a great event. Do this every year. Absolutely mega. Yeah, just enjoy it.
So you've taken it down drag strip as well, yeah?
Yeah.
And?
About 15 seconds.
Yeah, dude, it's good. People don't realise, 15 is a fast car. It is a fast car. It's just when you've seen a load of 10-second cars, it seems slow. It ain't. Great fun, brilliant machine. It's different. I like it. Anybody you'd like to say thank you to?
Yeah, anybody that I know that's put up with me just. No, mate.
Excellent stuff. I like it. Self-depreciation is always good too. Dude, pleasure to meet you. Have a great afternoon.
Is it very light? No, because I half get the feeling that they...
Well, for those of you who aren't driving and those of you who can just have the one, the bar is open with the friendliest bar staff you'll ever find. So that's in the courtyard area alongside the two tall buildings down on the start line.
Big wide car would have been at a disadvantage on here in the wet. Did you just...
Well, amongst our guest cars, we do have some very interesting beasts, and I genuinely wasn't sure that it was an Escort underneath the Aero earlier when because I just caught it outside of my eye. This is hardcore. I normally see this amount of Aero on time attack cars. I've not seen them as I've come along to an event like this. So please, tell me your name, your company presumably, and then if you can, something about this magical little machine.
Yeah, I'm Adrian Hall from our Escort. It's a 77 Escort Honda S2000 engine. It runs between 6 and 800 horsepower. It's got my full aero. It's holding its own today. It seems to be going really well up there, so yeah, I'm pleased.
It corners flat, it corners fast.
It's going better than I thought, actually, considering the size of it.
Excellent. So if you've never done hill climbing before, what was it that brought you along to the event?
There's a guy runs Hillclimb Monsters. I met, he invited me, said he got me in his car. I said, "Book something to Hillclimb car." So yeah, we're here running out the hill for the first time.
And whereabouts are you based? If somebody, and it's Ford's your thing, or is it race car prep? What's the main thrust with the business?
Well, horse schools. We specialise in putting Honda engines in them, which is what this has got, and that's what we're doing. We can give you 500 as well. So,
a fraction of the price and a lot more reliability, yeah? And what part of the country are you based in?
We're down in Maidstone in Kent. So, yeah, a bit of a track up yesterday.
Definitely. And it stopped raining. You! Anyway, have fun out there, stay safe. Thanks very much for telling us about that. Or anybody you'd like to thank? Anybody you'd like to thank for any reason at all? Brilliant stuff. What a lovely boss. Have a great afternoon. Cheers.
We were looking down the tunnel as they come back. said, how much that do you feel? He went, feel what? I said, you went to the bank, did I? I'm like, hang on a minute. I've got a photograph. I've got a photograph of it. And the thing is, probably the whole of the wheel is up that far off the actual track. Yeah. Yeah.
No, because then you really do have to do some running around nowadays, don't you? The thing is, it's a pain in the arse, right? Anyone goes to a pain in the arse, right? Even though I've been on poaching all service.
Oh, yeah. I missed it by like a minute. No! But it was that lucky thing of speaking to somebody that said to him, oh, send the photos in, and they wanted to use that. He's just doing fake ones. Yeah, he's just had a feature in, what was it, Classic Car magazine.
I think you'll find on the video that I'm just about to have a red flag. I've got next
Well, Stuart's a very good friend anyway.
He's always a teacher anyway. People out doing the teacher role.
He's the teacher now. He tells Stuart, I'm the teacher now. You'll be a friend. But it's just that look, you think that one person, so and so, and it's just.
They're paying everybody 250 quid each swim yesterday, and obviously they're probably just using the only thing they're trying.
But is it also a week?
I'm looking forward to next year. The British Championship one weekend, which is all obviously the single seat. And then the weekend after, we've got all more banging tin top stuff. It deserves some attention. Yeah, they would have.
Well, I'm just catching up with a very, very old friend of mine. Well, he's not that old, it's just we've known each other quite a long time. Well, yeah, we're all old now, aren't we? Yeah, me too. It was Herbie Day for me back at the start of July. Yeah, I turned 53. Anyway, it's Mad Mick Wilkes. Oh my word! Wow! And another one of the wacky racers from a long time ago. I've not seen Mick in a year. Harry George Fred. No, he is another Mick as well, isn't he? Yeah. On his roof backwards. So that was the retro show as his Cortina was totaled. Anyway, back on course. So, the little blue Viva van in which I squealed and screamed my way up the track alongside Mick a few years ago was out yesterday in the rain. And Mick's just been explaining the start line procedure, which was get the go-ahead, floor the throttle, and then slide down the hill, yeah?
Yeah, basically, I think on the one run, I dropped the clutch, in second gear trying to launch. It spun up really quick and it actually went backwards, I think, before it actually moved forward. So, yeah, it was just dip the clutch again, back into first and try and crawl off again. And then I think 64-foot time was like 4 seconds or something. I think I can actually push it quicker than that, but it was just the way it was yesterday.
Normally, you in good traction, you get about a 2.5, 64 foot.
Actually, on here, on the hill, I don't know. I've never tried it. I've been told unofficially it's as quick as the single-seaters through the 64-foot time, but I don't know. I ain't see. On the drag strip, it's been down into the 1.5s on the 60-foot, so which sort of puts it up to 60 somewhere at about 2.1 seconds.
It's impressive for such a tiny van, and it's a compromise because the packaging of it, you always built it to be street legal and be usable on the road. And amazingly, you managed to get enough squat and enough tyre in the back to get traction. But the big problem here is it's not a straight line or an average British road. It's quite twisty, turny. And you were explaining to me off mic a minute ago that you've got virtually lock to lock on 180 degrees on your steering. Did I get that about right?
Yeah, well, nobody actually makes a steering rack for a HA Viva van. I worked out it was quite close to a Mark 1 Escort rack. So with a bit of modging and messing around, I managed to put a quick rack out of Mark 1 Escort on. The only problem is my steering arms were about 1.5 inches shorter than the Mark 1 Escort. So it literally ends up that if I hold the steering wheel at 12 o'clock, by the time my right hand gets to 5 o'clock, that's full hard right hand lock. And then the same again, by the time I get to 7 o'clock on left hand lock, with my left hand, that's on hard lock. So literally it's got 3/4 of a turn, full lock to lock. But to be honest, on the hill it's quite useful, because when the back end starts stepping around, I've only got to flick my hands slightly, maybe 1 inch or 1.5 inches, and it will correct the van. So even though it seems a bit wild and a bit twitchy on the back end, I'm still sort of steering the front where I want it to go, even though, and then the back sort of just follows most of the time.
Except for the time that it didn't. But we won't mention the off, will we? We won't mention the off. Oh, yeah, of course, I forgot about that as well. Oh, wow, this is turning into a right trip down memory lane. So, it's a chap called Roy here, who I know from the drag racing world. I'm going to give him a big cuddle. And Roy used to, he basically set up the Wild Bunch, which featured all the famous drag cars from the previous decades that came along, and then he's turned into a full-time chassis builder, and I'm very pleased to see him here. And then across the way from the Wacky Races as well is Mick Rogers, who ran a Cortina, Matt Black Mark III Cortina with a Cosy motor in it that was running 10-second quarter miles years and years and years ago when people didn't do that. So it was the fastest 4-cylinder in the UK for donkey's years. And yes, it met his sad demise on his roof going backwards. I think it was doing about 120 when it went through the line at the retro show at Santa Pod all those years ago. So yeah, I'm having a bit of a drag racing reunion moment at the moment. It's mad. Mick, you get involved with all sorts of other little projects along the way as well. In fact, if I remember rightly, at the last time this event ran 2 years ago, you had a Viva Fastbacky thing, and I can't remember what they're called, that had an amazing paint job and loads of body mods. Oh, Console Capri, of course it was, Dolt. What are you? What have you been doing in lockdown? What interesting projects are coming your way, or?
At the moment in the workshop, there's a Transit in there with a LQ4 twin turbo. We're aiming for about 1,200 horsepower sleeper. Big brother took it down. I've got a 4th gen Firebird in, LQ4 again, the same twin turbo. And then there's a MGB original V8 that we've cut up with a Sebring kit on, with a LS1 in, which is virtually stuck under the dashboard, so we can put a turbo in front of it on that one as well, aiming for about 650 horse with that. And then we've got a Morris Minor in with a Cadillac North Star in, with a turbo as well, of course. And that's all hidden under the bonnet as well. That'll probably be here next year, I would have thought. I'll probably demo that next year here. That'll be, yeah. But that's more like a trick show car with a lot of retro look back to the 40s and the 50s sort of aero look. So a bit different to what people normally do with a Morris Minor. We've tried to come up with something different on a Morris Minor, which is hard.
Well, yeah, because for years, I mean, they were the bog stock material for UK custom cars, weren't they? They went through all the jack-ups, the downs, the Pro Street. They've had everything done.
Yeah, somebody next to us actually had one that was a little lorry, if you remember.
The tow car, the articulated tow car. Yeah. Well, he's here, right? Whatever happened to that beast? Is it still around?
Well, it went to a place in Willenhall, and they were going to turn it into a pickup truck, and so the Arctic, Morris Minor Arctic, was no longer. And I've not seen it for, must be 20-odd years now. It's all gone by.
Wow, I tell you, 2 decades just flies by, doesn't it? I think it was 94 when I was running my original dragster with you lot, and you offered me a ride in your original Chariots of Fire, and I got in it, and it was fired up, and I was going, and I looked at you, I said, mate, I can't drive this. I got out. It was something to do with the position of my left leg, if I remember, but yeah, discretion was a better part of valor. I didn't want to crash your car, and I didn't feel confident.
Well, the Chariots of Fire has gone on since you sat in it. And we're approaching 6 seconds, 200 mile an hour at the moment. And in the garage alongside of it, it's his sister car. And that's like hopefully going to turn it on a nitro engine. And hopefully go hill sprinting. But I'm planning to build a hill sprinting car because I moved out of Albury and I'm down the road in Kinlet, which is half an hour away. See a trip downhill.
Excellent stuff. Well, that was my last question was going to be what brings you along, and I guess it's inspiration and getting used to everything, yeah?
Yeah, well, I'm retired now, but I'm retired from the normal job. So I'm doing work for friends. Ian Hansen, he's got a new project on the go. Basically charged outdoors, which I set up, as you well know. And I've got a couple of big slingshots coming in that are going to be run on nitro. And my crew chief, Mark, he's teamed up with the bump guy, Mickey Moore, and they're going to run fuel altered. I know it's a million miles away from this, but yeah, one day I'd like to bring it here and showcase it there.
Fantastic, and not that I'm jealous at all. Are you watertight in your brand new workshop in your garden?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, he has, yeah. So anybody who has the land and the ability to put your own man cave up to your own specs, all credit to you. Anyway, thank you very much, chaps. I will keep on wandering. I better go back to commentary point. Not been there for a while. Good to see you. Exactly. Cheers. Okay, you got a couple of minutes warning that crazy little Anglia with the number 51 on the doors is going to be going up the track in a minute. I gave a shout out last time and literally just after it had run up the hill, loads of people got here giving it, has it run yet? So it's ready and waiting. If you want to see the Anglia run, get your favourite viewpoint now. Anglia has come forward quicker than I was expecting. It is about to run. So the Anglia is leaving the start line now, getting that power down nicely, and it's away. This is a Hillclimb car that has been developed over decades. And if you like the weird and wonderful, the comma. It's gorgeous. I've got a split screen van on a full space frame chassis and a roof job that I haven't touched since 1994. Is watching this comma going to be the thing that gets me to get back on that project? Who knows? It just looks so stock, and yet it's so quick and handles the bends really, really well. So it looks like we're in a full-on guest car session now. We've got the Driftworks car just leaving the paddocks to come to the start line as well. And it's Martin Richards at the wheel. And so anyone taking pictures and videos up the hill, you're going to have a delight over the next couple more minutes, as well as the ones you've already had come past.
Was either 61 or 11.
And it looks like we've got another drift car there. I've not seen go up there, but there are not enough gentle drivers in the paddock area. This could be the first time up the hill for this one too.
Do you remember a bloke put some pink tyres on and he went up and hit 2 hours of breath and it
Well, and Jim Collins, 1303 with a 911 flat 6 engine in the back is going up the track, but the driver is not at the wheel. Somebody else is. Jim, you don't appear to be behind the wheel of your Beetle. Who's driving this time?
Ollie Wright, he's a better driver than me.
He's a better driver than you. Wow, that takes a lot for somebody to say that. That's not the fella who was with you last night, is it? Is that somebody else?
Somebody else is. This is Ollie Wright. He won his round yesterday in the championship. You know, and he's leading the Sunrise Mac. So he's a good friend and I trust him.
Yeah, well you would. It's your baby, isn't it? How long have you actually owned this Beetle?
How long, one?
Yeah, how long have you owned this one?
Oh, since 1985.
Well, you're about the same age as me, so I'm guessing it was like your first or second car, yeah?
Second car, yeah.
And how many times has he driven this before?
None.
No times before. So the sweat that you've got on your forehead's nothing to do with the fire suit and the heat.
That's right. That's what's it'll be all right.
Excellent stuff. It's a wonderful thing about motorsports that most people don't realise is the friendships. The friendships you form in motorsport. Go see your boy drive your car. So the Red Beetle you've seen go up the hill a couple of times today, but never with this driver. This is his first time behind the wheel. A great friend of the owner and a very experienced hill climber. This could be interesting. Is he going to take it sensible, or is he just going to go flat out the whole way up the hill? Who knows? Fingers crossed. A bit of both. It was a purposeful start, but it was a gentle start. .110 originally was a diesel, but the owner really does not like diesels, so their lockdown project between him and his wife, who's running the CRX up the hill, was to put a mildly warmed V8 with a V8 5-speed box in there. I'm quite liking the stance on that. The back axle's a bit higher. Remember that from what he was saying, this is designed to carry a full 1-ton standard Euro pallet in the back, so the rear suspension's slightly taller. And unlike everybody else who's going up the hill, the driver's got actually a nice angle to go up. Nose down stance on the flat, but perfect going up the hill. So, yeah, more guest cars coming out of the paddock.
Jag that was on that side Callum
Well, we've got Josh Ronchetti. I hope I've got that somewhere close. Is that about right, Ronchetti? Okay, it's Josh Ronchetti in the Talbot Lotus Special. And it says the bullet on the number plate and the Go Faster Masters. These are bold statements, but I think we're in for something special here. Can I just ask you, sir, how long have you been running this car?
Since 04.
Oh, okay, and Hillclimb's your thing, or is this a one-off?
Circuit car.
Okay, so which championship do you normally compete in?
Thunder saloons, special saloons, anything with slicks really.
Any predictions? What's going to happen in the next couple of minutes?
No.
Okay. Well, it looks very promising. And that's pretty brave, yeah. Okay, I'm impressed. I wished I was in the commentary point to see all the other corners now, but never mind. Yeah, well, the crew are all very pleased with the driver's performance as he left the start line. And I guess I'll wait for feedback. So yet again, we're seeing cross-pollination, other motorsports coming along to the hill for the first time this weekend, and smiles all around. And speaking of smiles all around, isn't it nice to see people's faces for a change? Bit of normality back in our lives. And the best thing about events like this is making friendships. So if you've been chatting away with somebody, make sure you get their names. Hook up with people, do human things that we haven't been able to do for so long.
Oh, there's one car.
Today.
Yeah.
Some of the people
One of the fastest cars up the hill yesterday, just going up this one, I think it was 32 seconds, if I remember right, to the top. Watching him come around these S's is incredible. That's for the folks who are 3/4 of the way up the hill. Great to see so many people up there enjoying the gorgeous woods and the views, and of course these cars come whizzing by. If you spent lockdown on your bottom binge watching Netflix, I can highly recommend. It will be strenuous by the time you get to the top of the hill, but it's well worth the effort. You don't need to do a couch to 5k, you can just have a stroll up the hill.
He was here last night. He was here. He was not You shouldn't have put the silencer on it anyway. Rubbish with the silencer on. Just loses all its mystique for me. Which is, just shows that when electric racing begins, I'll just be like, anyway.
And don't forget, retrorides.tv is the YouTube channel that you need to visit. We've established the fact that, just like me, many people won't be able to do that because of the woeful network coverage around here. However, you can probably get a text message out. So if you've got mates or family at home, tell them, go to YouTube, retrorides.tv. And heck, you could just go and stand on one of the corners, look for one of the cameras. You could be waving and smiling at your family and friends back home, live on the internet. And if you do have a bit of access, and you can put a link up to the channel on Twitter or Facebook, so other people who can't be with us this weekend can enjoy these magnificent machines as they whiz up the hill, then please feel free to do so. Well, it's just gone past midday by a couple of minutes, so it's sort of in the middle of the way through. And I have to say, today is going pleasantly slowly. Sometimes we get in the flow and the day whips past, but we've all missed doing this kind of thing in this kind of way. Hopefully it will go as slow as possible. Another quick one.
I know I get there eventually. Oh, if Bradley comes along.
Marshall's looking down because of the way that the Astra was slip sliding around, but it's done that on every single run. Not entirely sure how it's possible. The only other car that seems to leave the line like that is the little Anglia. Going forwards whilst wobbling left and right. And across the line, that is the last car from that session. So the red flags are out, and we'll collect those cars together. They will all come back down in a little convoy together. Now, we will be taking a lunch break. I should imagine that will be sometime in the next hour, because our marshals need to get a bit of downtime, get some food inside them, some water and what have you. Now, in the past, we've had a session of wacky vehicles going up, but I've not heard anything from the organising team as to whether that will be happening today. I will try and catch up with them. They've been a bit busy in the background. Everything going pretty smoothly so far.
He owes me more than bloody one. Three-course slap-up meal at a restaurant.
Okay, let's have a check out some of the messages that are coming through now, I think, from YouTube live stream videos. So Stuart Mallon asks, what time are you going up the hill today, Mick? Now, if I'd seen this before I caught up with Mick earlier, I could have answered that. So, who else have we got here? Okay, it's interesting. There's a message here from Adam Weller. I'm going to do all I can to make sure we have a capacity field of the eclectic, eccentric, loud and fast. for 2022 Hillclimb Monsters. And I'm hoping the guys from Hillclimb Monsters are here. They do fantastic event coverage of loads of hill climbing events all around Europe. And somebody, who's this? Mark 996-911. The sun is out here down in Cornwall, and I really should be working on the car, but I just can't tear myself away from the live stream that he's watching on YouTube, that is. Oh, and bless, Hillclimb Monsters have commented, and hello, Paul, of course. Glad you're on board. Well, that's mad. There can't be many places where in the same batch of vehicles that have been along a racetrack, you'll get a bog stock 2-owner Metro, an insanely quick Evo, and a Thunder Races Lotus Talbot. Sorry, Thunder Saloon, I should say. Absolutely insane and wonderful. That's why we love this event.
I tried to go down there to do it before, and Marshall was like,
That's what we should have told. We should have told.
Yeah, like all the big NASCAR stars. Like to look at how they
Well, Johnny Red obviously hasn't gotten his bicycle today and come to visit us. I spent some time with him last night in the during the Tat auction, where he was explaining how his shoes for cycling were £450, and I said that's more than I spent in shoes in the last 10 years. And Al, the technical man here, who looks after the PA and various other bits of equipment around here, said that's more than he's ever spent on a bike. And I must admit, the bike, a motorbike, yeah, I got given a push bike earlier. I've been out riding around my local area, getting fit in my welly boots, shorts, crazy beard and that. And I have to say that Carbon Fibre Kev and Lycra Larry have all been very accommodating. They've all been waving at me from their bonkers machines. I don't know why they're out and about, I'm just getting fit. And anyway, yes, so it would appear that the commentary's live as well, because Johnny's been listening. And I'm just about to do, practice what you preach. I'm just about to put the live stream up on my Facebook account, because I've managed to sneak on to a little bit of Wi-Fi. Hooray! So folks, we are a little chunk into this session with this batch of cars, and after this batch we will be going into a lunch break, and it will be for a full hour. So that will give the older members of the audience who might have slipped up yesterday at the top end. Jim can't hear me at the minute, even though I'm looking at him. I'm getting my own back at him. So Jim runs the Brown Truck Racing. Crazy little machine you've seen here a couple of years in the past. Running originally with a Calibra turbo motor, I think it was, on cross plays. It's absolutely crazy. Anyway, so it will be an hour for lunch, and that will be after this batch. So when the cars start coming back down the hill, the track will go silent for an hour. And you can go and have a look around the show field, take some pictures of the amazing cars. One thing I missed out on, there's a special display going on in the tool barn that's right next to the start line. Some crazy bits to get in there. You just, I'm not going to spoil it. Just go and have a look. If you're a fan of the weird and you're halfway up the hill, here comes the Trabant. I'll give you a couple of days' notice. It'll be with you sometime this week.
Hillclimb monster.
Honestly, I thought it had been done on purpose, right? Just to be getting muddies here, because no, it was gravel. It was gravel.
Okay, one of the big traditions of the Retro Rides gathering is weird and wonderful homemade machinery. And hello to any of my friends on my Facebook account if you've just clicked onto the YouTube live stream. Well, they've got crash helmets on, but I hope there's nothing bad happens. So last night we had the drift trikes out on the start line in the dark, in the rain. And I think there was some drunkenness involved as well, but no harm come. So looks like we've only got the 3 vehicles, and they're all homebrewed specials. They're not road cars as we've seen in the past. But it looks like we might get some wheelie action as well. So the last batch of cars that went up to the top are all safely held at the top, so that we can get these cars up and then our marshals can go off and have a well-deserved sit down, something to eat and something to drink. Last minute safety warnings from our crew.
It's called entertainment.
And right, they're off and away. It's wheelie-tastic. And an old favourite from last year with some new gearing. It's just pleasantly insane.
Oh, God.
And the one vehicle that I was hoping to see, but I guess they're just not going to be able to get it up the hill, there is a motorised pub table complete with an umbrella. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, so Retro Rides Gathering, of all the shows, car shows you ever go to, it's one you want to visit every single corner of the venue, because there's something weird parked around the corner everywhere. Well, when I say weird, just pleasant, interesting, rare, unusual and crazy. Anyway, those little machines hopefully will make it all the way to the top without breaking or running out of fuel or whatever. And we are now going to go into our hour-long lunch break. There are loads of food vendors. So between the show field and the racetrack, there is a little road that goes straight up the hill, and you'll find food vendors parked along there. You've got pizzas, burgers, healthy options, all sorts up there. Oh, don't forget our traders as well, of course. There's a guy selling tools, there's various car memorabilia, t-shirts, that sort of stuff going on up there. Down at the start line, amongst the original farm buildings, because remember that's what Shelsley Walsh effectively is, it's a farm. The sheep were in the fields last week. Anyway, down here you'll find the bar, with the friendliest bar staff you'll meet anywhere. They are absolutely brilliant. They went above and beyond last night. Especially Claire and Cheryl. Now, I'm not sure which is which. Who's the blonde hair? Claire, thank you very much for bringing me my supplies this morning. I massively appreciate it. When you stop at a petrol station on your way to a venue, specifically to buy tobacco, and then buy some food, and forget the tobacco, things get a bit dire. Anyway, and speaking of food and the farm buildings, of course there's the cafe down there. I guess the 7 option breakfast is probably not being served now, and they've moved into the afternoon stuff, but feel free to go down there. There won't be too many cars moving around in the paddock area, so if you want to go up, maybe chat to the drivers, the teams working on the engines and suspension, or just take pictures, then feel free to wander through the paddocks as well. Whatever you do, enjoy your day, the freedom, the sunshine, the fresh air, and the lack of masks. It's almost like things are back to normal in this country again. Hooray!
Yeah, those.
That would help.
So it's a 1.7 petrol.
Go around the corner right now.
If we didn't have bigger
something, it seems
a number of other interesting oddities over and I'm guessing it's
Everyone's chilled.
You gotta get... Sorry, kid.
That was almost a Liam Duran moment.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, but yeah, they can't even, so that's the problem with
Yes, this one.
Team Empire on their social media to draw people from.
I think you'll find on the video that I'm just about to that red flag. I've got next
They're probably just using the entrance single drive.
But it's
they're probably just using the entrance single drive.
But is it because I was in 2 minds? Do I come yesterday or today? Because I couldn't do both, but I could do one of them.
Back on course. So, the little blue Viva van, in which I squealed and squeaked my way up the track. Of it, legal and being usable on the road. And
yeah, in recent years there's been American funny thing. Check out the cars that we do when in Hillclimb.
okay. And so yeah, I'm having a bit of a drag race to reunion moment at the moment. This is the Hillclimb.
We've got the Driftworks car just leaving the paddock to done some stuff.
I was gutted when you saw the beach children. I know we get there eventually. We found
driving around my local area, getting fit with Hello to any of my friends on my Facebook account, if you just clicked onto the YouTube live stream. Well, they've got a crash out with Tom, but I hope there's nothing bad happened. So last night we had the drift ride sale, obviously last night in the charge, in the rain. And I think the construction was too long with that, but there's no harm done. So looks like we've only got the 3 here. You'll find food vendors parked along there, you've got pizzas, burgers, healthy options.
Oh yeah, there's that Hershey one there. Oh yeah, those.
Yeah, look, so don't,
You guys see him?
0.7 petrol.
A number of other interesting oddities over here. And I'm guessing it's 6, 7.
Everyone's chilled.
You gotta get... Sorry, kid.
Okay, this is my very first public service announcement of the day. We have a vehicle, it's an Audi, do you know which model it is? It's an S3, registration BG58XMR. Very careless and thoughtless piece of parking, sir or madam. Could you please go and move your car, because you blocked somebody in the position they can't get out. So if you own that white Audi, oh sorry, it's just gone. Registration BG58XMR. You can go and move in the next couple of minutes. We won't go and cover it in X for you. How about that? Please be considerate, everyone. Okay, all drivers who are booked in for the afternoon session, your safety briefing is coming up. Well, in fact, there's a load of people over there already. So if you're on the hill this afternoon, you need to attend the safety briefing right now. It's in the usual place, the big, tall, round top barn right next to the start line. So all drivers for the afternoon session, you must attend that safety meeting. If you don't, you won't be going up the hill this afternoon. Thank you.
yeah, there's that Hampshire one there.
Oh yeah, those.
Yeah, look, so don't,
You guys see him?
That would help.
So it's a 1.7 petrol.
Go around the corner right now.
If we didn't have beagles.
Something.
A number of other interesting oddities over here. And I'm guessing it's 6, 7.
Everyone's chilled.
You got a kid. Sorry, kid.
Well, action on hill kicks off again in 10 minutes time. 25
with a bit of a radio. That's why I think you need better control from cruise control. And it's things like cars go back up the hill. You actually don't let your car go to the day like it's clear. And I've said that all along, nobody fucking listens.
That's like me and you, Martin, ain't it?
I still think good idea of mine to have a little board in there, right? With, we've got one class car, an ambulance, we've got that. Put them on the little board, you know where they are, you can move them, and you don't move them off there until they say they're back on post. And then you know the track's still blocked.
Or just have better CCTV or at least someone watching it like fucking hawk.
Or somebody concentrate on what's going on.
That one first.
Just that one first every time. Because you know you've got people going back up the hill after them. Well, I would put one person in the car, well, doesn't go on the hill, so you go radio check. Yeah. If you do that, then everybody's on post.
Okay, folks, the clerk of the course has just done his inspection. The red flags are in. The track is about to go live. We will have our first batch for this afternoon session. The drivers all attended the safety meeting at the start of lunch break, so all is looking good. And of course, we've got those guest cars. They will keep on coming at various points during the afternoon. A few more comments from the internet. It's a combination of stuff now. Comments from the YouTube live feed and also tweets. There's a great one from just before lunchtime from the Saucepan Clanger Club. A Trabant with a giant battery in the boot. We'll all have one and we'll be happy. I think that is a reference to the World Economics Forum. We will own nothing and we'll be happy, part of the Great Reset. The point that Saucepan Clanger Club has missed there is the fact that we will be renting a Trabant with a giant battery in the background, not owning it. Ah, there's a nice one just from Mark. Ooh. Oh, nice. Bit of old school drifting. Now this is impressive. I like that a lot. You're in for a treat if you're sat near the S's. Oh, on the grass. Oh dear, that was where the Integra came a cropper yesterday. Oh, he's all right. He's carrying on. He's going sideways on the straightest bit of the track. This is brilliant. Yeah, so there's a message here from Mark. I'm 39 and this is the first time I've been to a proper hill climb event. After today I wouldn't be going to them anymore and I'm loving it. At RR Gathering, hashtag RRG21. I used to be such an adopter. Oh, here we go. It's the Mad Welshman. That was his cleanest leave from the start line yet. He's really got everything nailed in. Absolutely flying at the top end of the track. Getting into the S. He's not holding up at all. There's no brake lights. He's just on it. Beautifully drifts around the bottom S and exits the top one. That was a super clean run. I know there's an awful lot of people taking a big shine to that angle here today. So Mad Mick Wilkes from the Wacky Racers is just one car away, and little Bluebell, give me a wave. Hello, Mick. Yeah, you're not getting me in that car again, mate, you nutter. So yesterday it would be fair to say that Mick was having traction problems in the rain with a car that was built primarily for drag strip action, but obviously very, very road legal. I wish I could remember the name of the show, the American car show where they brought cars in from all around the world. They had these crazy obstacles to drive over and around and what have you. Mick didn't do so well in it, but he had a ball out there and made a load more friends like he always does. And if you search on YouTube for Hot Rod Drags, I think it was 2012 that Mick took Bluebird out there. It's brilliant. When they do interviews with him, they've got subtitles up on the bottom. You're right, you, how are you doing? Oh no, has he got problems? Oh, absolutely gutted. Oh, fingers crossed there's nothing serious. I can't see any leaks or anything. So I did a little interview with Mick about half an hour before lunch, and he was explaining how he's custom built a steering rack for it, and it's a quick rack. Basically, he can not turn the steering wheel 180 degrees. So full left lock is about 7 o'clock left hand down, full right lock is about 5 o'clock right hand down. And he finds it very useful on the hill because basically he boots it, the back end slides, a quick flick of his wrists, and he just gets around the corner in a gracious way. So we've got the Mark II Escort Club coming out here. Well, the white one's fairly rapid. Nice and clean, flat round the bends. Carrying some good speed up across the crossing and to the bottom S. And then Mr. Hall, we chatted to him earlier on down in the paddock as well. He specialises in putting modern Jap engines of the 500-600 horsepower bracket into early Escorts. So all this aero primarily set up for circuit racing, not for hill climbers, as I mistakenly said on his first run up the hill this morning. And there goes Wacky with the wonderful little Bluebell, slip sliding his way around the corners. Well, Mick, no stranger to the hill here now. A regular here at Retro Rides Gathering, of course. I remember going round the S's in this wagon 4 years ago. Many muscles were clenched, that's all I'm going to say. Evo's just come out of the paddock, which I believe is one of the top 3 fastest cars we've had here this weekend. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, new format being tried out by the organisers of this event. So the quick 16. Oh, have we had an off? No, we've got red flags out. Something possibly came off the Evo. Doesn't appear to be a problem with the Golf, although the red flags are out, so the driver's done the right thing. As soon as he saw the red flags, he's come to a stop and is awaiting news from the marshals. I'm pretty sure Mick should have been clear at the top end, and hopefully nothing happened to him. That's the only other thing I can think. The car previous to the Golf had an issue right at the top end. I don't know if our crew on the cameras could possibly flip to the finish line camera. That might give us a clue of what might be happening up there. No, thank you very much. That was super quick. Tech team. No sign of anything there unless I don't know. I'm baffled. Now, yesterday morning when I got ready for a day of commentating that I wasn't booked for, I'd arranged for a walkie-talkie from the track marshals. Perhaps I should pop and see Al for instances like this so that I can let you know what's going on. No. Well, and I'm doing my usual and making a fool of myself, calling a Subaru Legacy an Evo. Oh well, at least it's not a Japanese event. So, it's the Team Legacy car that's waiting to go, and it is quick. Right, while we've got this pause, and there's a lot of you around, just a quick shout out to anybody who might be heading back to or past the Swindon, Wantage, Hungerford area, who might have a spare car seat and room for a couple of bags. If you could make yourself known at some point this afternoon, that would be great. Somebody needs to get back to that neck of the woods later on after the event. If you could help out, be much appreciated. Okay, whatever the incident was, it appears to have been resolved. The red flags are in, the whistle's gone. Hopefully the driver can get the red mist back down again. Wow, wow and wow. So it's Damien Bradley at the wheel, and he is not hanging around. Very appreciative fans who are camped out at the top S, all waving their arms as Damien shot round that top S into the final straight. Fairly stock looking Metro, but it doesn't sound stock. Unless it was somebody else revving up in the paddock area, of course. Oh no, there's definitely a good bit of poke in the little one. And a roll cage in there too, so I can only assume some kind of motorsports competition features in this car's normal life. Okay, looking for a chap called Phil, who's travelled quite a long way to meet a fella called Paul Light, and Phil is driving a Silver Discovery 2, and you were due to meet at the main gate at noon. Anyway, Paul's been waiting there for quite a while. So Phil in the Discovery, whereabouts is he from again? From Manchester. Phil from Manchester in the Silver Disco. If you could go down to the main gate now, and your registration D115COS, because he's been waiting around a while and would like to see the rest of the show, as well as do whatever business it was that you'd arranged to do. So, Phil, please go and meet Paul now down at the main gate, and all will be good for everyone. Thank you. And thank you very much to my friends at Hillclimb Monsters for very kindly putting "That's a Subaru Legacy" with a little winking emoji when I very wrongly called it an Evo earlier. And Synchro 18T is saying he's so glad of the live stream because he's stuck in Spain working. Well, there's worse places to be stuck, chap.
It's two-way there, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, wow.
Wow, great to see one of the little Fiat coupes out. They sort of started appearing in drag racing 10 years back. I mean, incredibly potent little machines, but unfortunately the engine bay absolutely tiny, and I seem to recall the people who were running them saying, well, they're great unless you have to do any work. But bargainous quick cars along the sides of MR2s, I guess. Even the little hairdresser specials that I eventually fell in love with. Well, a bit of a rarity there, and searching through memory banks, V4 from memory. The Renault GT6 taking it sedately. I think there's more to come there. Don't forget, a lot of these drivers, it'll be their first time up the hill, so they're not necessarily going to be going flat out on the first attempt for obvious reasons. Nice to be able to come back downhill in one piece and have another go. Oh, blimey, I'm being blinded. Full beam and 4 rally spotlights in my eyeballs. Can't see nothing now. Anyway, Little Pug's off on its way. It's brilliant. It's really confusing the cameras. Just a ball of white shooting up the hill. Oh, I see something very interesting. Possibly a Morgan three-wheeler. Yeah, I think it is, rather than a Lomax, which is a kit car made out of 2CV bits. My eyes are still not working after the rally car with the bright lights on board. Oh, what a sweetie. Well, very, very nicely turned out Morris Minor van here, and I've got a funny feeling that might well be Jim Henshaw on board, because I'm pretty sure he said he had one here and it's the only one here. Yes, it's definitely the old man of the scene at the wheel. Jim Henshaw flying up the hill. And here he is, one of the nicest blokes in the scene with the best eye for building crazy cars. Down at Goodwood racing one of his customers' cars, an incredibly rare, amazing beast. Not the customer, the car. There's suspension's so hard on that thing as they're going up the hill. Driver and passengers bouncing up and down in their seats. Very cleanly round the S's. Great run for him. Looks like we're going a bit executive for a few moments. I'm pretty sure it's a Lexus and BMW on the way. So this morning we had the wonderful Comma and the Land Rover. I'm hoping that we'll have some nice weird vehicles for this afternoon session as well as the quick ones. Well, I wasn't expecting it to be the Renault van that was running the anti-lag, but excellent. Oh, and this might well be Morgan Henshaw now, son of the man in the Moggy Minor pickup with a gorgeous sign writing on there for their classic chair restoration company, which may or may not be real. It could be fictitious, who knows. Anyway, Morgan likes driving daft things. Bloody great big Dodge van now. So he's a very accomplished driver, but then even accomplished drivers can only achieve so much given the vehicle they're in. I think this might be slow and steady. Correction, or rather confirmation, it will be slow and steady. Okay, into the S's for the huge lumbering beast. Fair do, some nice racing lines being cut there. A very clean late model Caddy on its way up. Oh, we have red flags out. Unusual to be having red flag situations at this event. Ah, okay. So on the top S, our crew are out doing the stomp over the track surface. So I suspect they're concerned that there might be some fluid. Yeah, but they're going back to position. Oh, hang on.
Thanks again to all our drivers for paying attention in the safety briefing and doing exactly the right thing. So the caddy stopped as soon as it saw the flag. He's just been given permission to go up. Sadly, not at racing speed. In fact, he's pulled off at the rescue point in the middle of the S's. So I think that's the end of that batch. We're probably going to see the rest of the cars coming back down in a moment or two. Well, it's wonderful to see so many people who've made the climb up there on the straight just before the S's and on the spectator grandstands up there. I know I've visited a lot of different circuits in my time, but you know, I went up the hill 3 times yesterday. It was raining quite a lot of the time, but the views are just stunning. And okay, they're unusual seating. It's quite rustic, but they're quite comfy, and it's just a really nice atmosphere up there. Can't recommend it enough. Well, a few comments from people on from the YouTube live stream. There's one here from Kyla Farman. Too excited, so glad I can watch this from home. Stuart Mallon, who I believe his brother's here, runs a company specialising in resto mod work. From a message I saw earlier anyway. He's put, remind me never to trust the weather forecast again, as he's watching the hill absolutely bathed in sunshine. I know there's a cloud coming over, but let's keep the pretense up the sun's still out in a minute. And yeah, loads of comments coming in. Martin Curtis saying, looks like it's a great event. Fantastic live stream. Thanks for providing it. Couldn't agree more. The team are super slick. It's absolute joy. It's actually the first time I pitched to 2 promoters about having webcasts. I mean, they would have been clanky around about 2002, and the promoters would have none of it. And bizarrely, given that I was ahead of the curve thinking that this would be possible, I'm fairly sure this is the first time that I've had access to this kind of stuff to assist in what I'm trying to do, and for the people who can't make it. The great news is, folks, you can watch these cars that you've only been able to see on the start line or at the halfway up the track or whatever. You'll be able to check all this out on Retro Rides TV YouTube channel. Make sure you subscribe, like and share away wherever you like sharing things, so that everybody can see the breadth, the madcap selection of cars, and of course the awesome driving and the super quick machines that have been up the hill. And also everything that happened yesterday. It was fairly low key, so it's a new format that the Retro Rides organising team are putting together.
You know, hill climbing is a very traditional British motorsport. It's been going on for many, many years. This is the world's oldest continuously operating in its original format motor circuit of any type, anywhere in the world. It's got an incredible legacy and history here. But this new way of doing it with a shootout system, you know, hopefully, they're the sort of cars you lot like. And it might well bring you back here, and maybe the format could go to other venues as well. It's something a bit different, you know. And by heck, we all need something a bit different after the last 18 months. Anyway, the phrase you need to remember is the quick 60 shootout. The drift cars have been spotted prepping, so they're getting ready to come up the hill if you'd like to see some really crazy stuff.
Okay, only the second time up the hill for this Lotus. Oh, hang on, I'm getting the cars all confused again. It's the Peugeot. Don't.
That's not the one I...
Unfortunately, my patchy connection to the Wi-Fi means that I can't actually access the page for the guest cars, which is slightly annoying. I'll go back down in a while, load a couple of pages up, so I can bring you the specs on these cars. I'll do that in the next sort of 15 minutes or so, so the next time they come out. And I'll also go and interview some of the guest car drivers I've not managed to catch up with. So you're in for plenty of smoke the whole way up the hill. Oh. Bringing back memories of being part of the European Drift Championship and the time attack in the early days. And they really were bonkersly busy times. Not actually seen too many drift cars in the flesh for a good few years now. So elegantly round the S's. Brilliant. If you look at nothing else on the replays of all this amazing footage that's being streamed live now, look out for those drift cars as they go up there. They're beautiful. Super sleek Mark III Escort there in black. That's a very nicely turned out car, very sweetly tuned too, and it's no slouch. Well, different years we've had, for whatever reason, just a large number of a particular make of car or a particular model in the past. I think last time we were all here 2 years ago, for some strange reason, we were flooded with MX-5s of all types. But this has definitely been an Escort day today. I think the first year I came here, it was all about the bricks, Volvos of all types, and not so many of them today. Got a smattering of American cars. Looks like, actually, funnily enough, I think there might be a Mustang on the way up. But one thing's been consistent over all of my visits to the Retro Vibes gathering here at Shelsley Walsh, and that's been the imps. And they do. They just remind me of childhood. My dad had two of them that he managed to keep on the road for probably about 6 years in total. Long before I became a hairy teenager. Family holidays with a little camping trailer that had a roof rack on it and a roof rack on the car. Me and my brother and the little Jack Russell in the back. We were heavily overloaded. Great little machines. We've got a very young photographer with us here, with full press accreditation, taking all sorts of interesting shots. Jamie Bolton
He runs Jamie Bolton Photography, and you can find him on Facebook at Jamie Bolton Photo, or on Instagram at Jamie underscore. Oh, sorry, I'm saying it's actually Buffton. I do apologise. Jamie Buffton. So it's Jamie underscore Buffton underscore photo, and he actually won a competition here last month in the best under 21 section. And yeah, check it out. Some very nice pics, both action shots on the track and from around the paddock.
Yeah, good one, cheers.
Saxo packing a punch, but sadly going straight into fourth gear there instead of second. But a quick recovery and picking up some speed as he goes through crossing. Dodgy Connor line now. Is this going to be a stocker or another surprise in store? I think quite possibly as it left the factory minus a few horsepower, but we'll love it all the same. Okay, it's a two-car team. I just happened to bump into them, and they took a wrong turning, didn't make the paddocks, and ended up in the show field when they rocked up last night, just as the sunshine came out. The Mayfair liveried Triumph, and I can't remember what the other car was now, but I think it might be a family team. I seem to remember the young lady who was telling the drivers of the race car trailers where they actually needed to go, referred to one of them as Grandad. Okay, so the Dodge van is on to finish straight, safe to go. So this is our second batch of the afternoon session. So these drivers again, it's their first time up the hill. They're all doing the sensible thing, taking it nice and steady, checking out the conditions, seeing how them and their cars are going to be able to cope. So once they've been up the hill twice, we should see them starting to squeeze a bit more power, getting a bit more brave on the corners and what have you. Just answering a couple more messages we've had come up via the internet. Is Wacky doing another run today? I should imagine so. Bluebell will be back up the hill. Here's an interesting one. The Field of Broken Dreams at the entrance to Retro Rides Gathering. Cooling system not up to queuing, it seems. Oh, that's a bit sad. And fantastic bit of news from Hillclimb Monsters, these gurus of the media coverage of all the hill climbing that goes on all around Europe, and it is a huge sport. Some of the events, I think they've got one in Portugal, 100,000 people turn up to watch it. Anyway, just confirmation that the Quick 60 is organised in collaboration with the Hillclimb Monsters. John Drizzle would normally be here at Retro Rides Gathering, made the last 4 in a row, but sadly couldn't make it this weekend. It's a shame. I hope you're enjoying the live stream, and it goes some way for making up for the disappointment of not being here in the flesh. Audi looks and sounds like a quick one. No messing about, quick stab at the brakes and back on the throttle. Wow, some very late braking on the bends at the top end of the track. A very committed driver, I think that's how we could describe that. Wow, stacks of power from the Golf, very little traction it would seem, but now it's moving along quite nicely. One yet another Metro, actually it might be getting close to matching the number of imps we've had up the hill today now. And another one of the lumbering beast clubs, our continental cousins, doing a very sensible thing with the, well, you see, Americans, they don't need to go round hairpins and roundabouts and stuff. Suspension not really set up for this sort of thing. Wow. Yet another Escort and another one packing a punch. Well, the Beamer surprisingly quick, and another one very late on the braking, carrying plenty of speed through the corners at the bottom and top S. Well, don't forget, we'll have a full selection of trophies for the various classes for the vehicles out there in the show field, including the spirit of the event. So please make sure you have a good look around the show field. I've only managed to do a cursory glance at the bottom end so far. Seems quite well set up. Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye out on the second and third runs. Range Rover next could be interesting. Passenger jumping up, down, throwing the arms around, trying to get a bit more oomph out of the beastie. Okay, a familiar looking TR7, I think might actually be a TR8. I seem to recognise this from previous years. Range Rover just made it to the S's, and we won't get a go on the start line till that's clear at the top end. Oh, it's just turned into a Sunday drive for the Range Rover now. The body roll is insane. TR8, well, it's got TR7 and a V8 sticker, so maybe a later upgrade. Definitely attacking a couple of the corners and taking it steady in other places. I think by the second or third run that will be flying along.
got 32 years, mate, to worry about. It's good, isn't it? CCTV camera being used to stream. It's fucking awesome.
So good. The feedback from punters at home in show-outs is just lovely.
Do you know what sort of level of punters we got on?
Earlier on, they peaked at over 100, so we're not talking thousands or anything, but it hasn't really been pushed. We're just trying to do that now, so to speak.
You go, mate.
Thank you very much.
Continue with my lunch.
It was a very leisurely lunch break, sir. Splendid. I would be hospitalised by now, you brave bastard. Ooh, I haven't got a wobbly switch anymore. That's quite exciting. The Retro Rides TV team put a shout out, where are you watching from? And so far, the first two to reply are watching from Italy. So hello to Luca and Fabio Sartori from Italy. And we'll wait to see where anybody's tuned in from High Wycombe shortly, eh? Well, Indecisive Audio is saying it's a nice day for it. So he's wandering around in a Betty t-shirt with too much camera equipment, apparently. Oh, and Ben Bonfield, he's watching this morning from the spectator area. And he'll be out in this session, presumably, with the Mini. Don't know which Mini, possibly the yellow GT we saw earlier. His Twitter or YouTube, let me see, can we see from there? I think he's possibly a Twitter user. He's in a yellow single-seater. PJ Rouse is tuning in from Cardiff in Wales. And Monster Jam has just put hello, and his profile picture is actually a monster truck. Now I've just had a mad idea. I've not had one of these for a long time. For audience participation, so everybody who's alongside the track, leaning against the fence now. This might work, it might not. It might be a good idea if some of you go, oh, shut up, I can't be bothered, I'm just having a nice day out. But I'm thinking, what about a Mexican wave as a car comes up the hill? What about you people on the start line? You up for a bit of that? Yeah. Just arm on the air as the car comes past. Well, I've got one volunteer down here on the start line. What about the people up by the bouncy castle? Could you put your hands in the air if you're willing to partake in a Mexican wave? One hand from a small child. We'll give it a go.
Okay, well, we're getting quite a few more people coming in now. We're watching from under a cloud in Yorkshire. That comes from Minnie Stroney, and they got a picture of a Minnie. Alison Hussey says she's watching from Portsmouth, waiting for Ben Bonfield to go up in the Black Mini. JM Vid Squid, good morning, watching from Portsmouth, hoping to be attending in person next year. Thanks for the live stream. I totally agree. Thanks, guys. You've done an amazing job. Sarah, 1982, first time attending. What an amazing event. Even managed to make it to the top of the hill with a few stops. Can't wait for the next one. Fantastic. Hope you're enjoying yourself up there in the rarefied air. And there was one that, oh yeah, there we go. A big hola to Map, who is tuned in from the Canaries. How cool is that? One day I hope to get back out to the Canaries myself again and go to the Montañas del Fuego and have a lovely dinner cooked from a volcanic plume. Lovely part of the world. Cheap and warm and lovely. Well, the Stolton Engineering machine looks like a pretty serious contender. Good bit of aero going on at the back end. Really attacking the corners. Big teller is how somebody goes around the S's as to how often they've been up this hill, and I would say a few times. Beautifully done. Well, the Hall escort out again. Remember, I spend many thousands of pounds, 10 grand on a Pinto to make it go quick and just end up with 300 horse when you can have a transplant from a Jap engine for much less. And, well, if this machine is anything to go by, definitely knows his own. Quicker metros here. I'm not sure that it's the one that was going up the hill yesterday, which was obscenely quick. This one's fairly quick. Fairly sure the one that was here yesterday had more logos on it. So Stuart Mallon, quick, get back on the live stream if you can hear me, because here comes Bluebell and Mad Mick Wilkes. Touch of the brakes, a stab of the throttle. Oh, Mick got really out of shape on the bottom S there. But he's safely out the top end. Okay, here comes many people's car of the show, it would appear. It's that crazy little Anglia, and this is the first chance I'm going to get to see it from this angle. Now he's got his launch sorted. Wow. Fantastic driving. So as best I can tell, this car has been set up as a hill climbing special for at least 4 decades.
Drifted round the bottom S, and speaking of drifting, here comes Tim again in the Driftworks car. Taking up all the track. He's literally going sideways forwards and taking up the whole lane. He's making smoke the whole way up the hill. Just coming into the S's. Okay, we've got a red flag situation, and the car stopped going part way through the S's. Oh, I think it was just because the drift car left so much straight above the top S's. Yeah, I can still see it hanging around in the trees on the finishing straight. I think good call from the marshals at the top there. It was just invisible. Couldn't see anything. So no incident, nothing fell off, just very poor visibility all of a sudden. My thanks to the friends at Hillclimb Monsters. It is not. This Metro 6R4 is a Duratec V6 turbo, turbo powered, and it's a replica. Yesterday's Metro was a 2.8 twin turbo and a proper ex-rallycross unit. It was proper. It was insane. Levy tuning in, first time watching from Portsmouth. Maybe next year me and my dad will come and watch Hillclimb and see some of the classics as he remembers it from when he was a kid. Cool. Stuart Mallin saying, I'm watching from the kitchen in Brawley Hill because of the stupid weather forecast. Never trust the weather forecast in England. 4 seasons in one day. Pack your flip-flops, your wellies, your t-shirt and your rain mac, and all will be good. King Cone Deserts, Retro Rides Gathering. We're watching from our shop in the King Cone Deserts in South Wales. Looks like a great day. It is indeed. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, perfect. I can see myself. You should wave to the annoying fans. Delay.
It's the end of the back, these two.
Just working out the delay on the live stream. My new young friend here, Jamie, who's been taking these most excellent photographs, had just spotted that he could see himself on the live stream. Okay, that is the end of the red flag situation, so we can resume. Well, there are quite a few of the cars that are carrying passengers going up, and the passengers definitely fall into 2 camps. There doesn't seem to be a middle ground. They're either cool, calm and collected, or petrified. Okay, so I wrongly accused a Peugeot of being a Lotus earlier. From the Thunder Saloon races, which I've seen a couple of rounds of that, down at Brands Hatch. Brilliant race series. Is Joss at the wheel. So this is his first time at hill climbing. Normally used to shooting around Brands Hatch and circuits like that. Door to door with many other cars of its ilk. And his crew were very impressed with his first run, and I should imagine they're only going to be more and more impressed with each of these runs. So the cute little panda carrying some stance. Whoa! Some interesting camber on the front wheels. It is very twitchy, but it's got a lot of speed as well. Impressive little machine, this. Not much margin for error, though. It's not carrying a great deal of tyre, and yeah, if it starts drifting, they've not got many options. Well, the RX looks very planted down there on the start line. Oh, good bit of power too. Cautious with the braking, and then as soon as in the clear, mashing that loud pedal. Little Nova GTE, very clean. Making its way along in a very business-like way. I think this is the Metro with the roll cage in it. Just coming up, and well, it does look like we've got an open top MX-5 at last. I think we've had one with a hardtop on earlier on today. But after the last retro ride gathering 2 years ago, I was expecting to see quite a few more, to be honest. Wow, this is a bit different. It sounds very different too. I'm wondering whether it's running on methanol or something. Wow. Well, that Road Rest E1 looks absolutely beautiful. Seems to have a huge amount of power as well. How can you not like that machine? Wicked. Well, Captain Bob's just left a message. Got there at 9 o'clock this morning and have just got home now. The Legacy and the Honda powered Escort take the trophies for the best noises of the day. Yeah, there's fair shouts there. The walk up the hill gets harder every year. Bob, have a practice before you come, mate. That's my secret. Who's this? Aeox, aka Chris, been watching both days from Tokyo and really missing old Blighty. Thanks to all the Retro Rides team, marshals and entrants for the fantastic looking event and hope to visit in person one day. Wow, thank you very much for tuning in all the way from Japan. Wicked. Well, I can't really shout out the username here, not appropriate. I'll say, Mr. Pants says, can you give a shout out birthday to Velma Dickinson, who turns 18 today and is attending the event? Certainly can. Velma Dickinson, hope you've had a great day. Enjoy becoming an adult. Not the best of times to become an adult. It has been a weird couple of years, but good on you. Have a great day. There seems to be a fair smattering of very subtle golfs of various vintages. Not quite sleepers, not quite all-out race cars, but just very nicely presented. And getting up that hill pretty darn quick. Right, well, now our drivers have had a chance to go up the hill a couple of times. I shall be down there amongst them with the radio microphone. A couple of interviews and a couple of quick chatettes so that we can work out what's what with their cars. It's not fair to do it when they've just gone up and done their familiarisation run and what have you, but I should hope that they'll all be up for a chat like this morning's Bunchworth. Thanks very much to all the drivers who didn't run away earlier. Adds so much more to an event when we can get all the information firsthand. Captain Bob's just come back with cheeky beggar. My excuse is that I've been falling off motorbikes for 30 years and the knees have paid the price. Dude, you have my sympathies. I was crippled with arthritis when I was 18, 19. That lasted till my early 20s. I was literally crippled and I had an arthritic attack back in the middle of spring this year that took me about 2 months to get over. So, yeah, you have my sympathies, mate. Knees packing up are never good. Yeah, running out of puff going up hill's one thing, but knees literally wanting to tear you down is not good at all. Rest up well. Get your feet up, literally. You'll feel better by tomorrow. Well, for Corsair then with, I'm hoping I'm getting all this right. Yeah, definitely. Another car from my youth. Another old banger my dad bought, welded up and gave a brush paint job to. So V4, yeah, I don't think it's sold in huge numbers originally anyway, a very rare beast now. But nice lines, nice cars. Well, Morgan gave me the thumbs up from the wheel in the bronze Dodge van. The body roll on that thing. He's feeling a bit braver this time, so he's using a bit more throttle, but he's leaning, going around the corners. And here comes his dad. He's just a fantastic bloke, Jim. I can't honestly. He's just great. And out in this gorgeous little Morris Minor van. And now I only wish I could remember, he'd had problems getting it tuned and he managed to get it to a rolling road and they managed to tweak some extra horsepower out of it. Yeah, we repair chairs, it says on the back of it. Also, I mentioned earlier, you know, it's so nice to see people being people, all interacting with each other, and friendships that come out of motorsport I mentioned earlier, but particularly just being a spectator at an event like this. I've got lifelong friends, so Morgan and Jim I know really well. I converse with them online. Whenever I see them at an event, we sit down and chat. Yesterday I was chatting with a pair of them for about 2 hours, and that literally just comes from having a chat with somebody, asking their name. You're here with like-minded folks, and like-minded folks seem to be harder and harder to find in these increasingly what's the best word? I don't know. Diametrically opposed opinions and diversive arguments seem to be everywhere in society at the moment. But we're all here because we enjoy old cars and fresh air. So if you've been stood chatting to someone for a little while, ask their names. Maybe, you know, take some details. Find them on Facebook or Instagram, whatever it is you do. Connect. We humans need to connect right now.
Riding around my local area, getting Hello to any of my friends on my Facebook account, if you just click on the YouTube live stream. Well, they got crash out with Tom, but I hope there's nothing bad happened. So last night we had the drift on sale on the start line in the charge in the rain. And I think it was the drunk bits too long as well, but there's no harm young. So it looks like we've only got the 3 here. You'll find food vendors parked along there, you've got pizzas, burgers, healthy options. Now this is impressive. I like that a lot.
Well, I'm down here in the paddock area. There's a little black Mini. By any chance, sir, is your name Ben?
It is.
Oh, we spoke last night, didn't we? Yes. Was it in the bar? Was it? Anyway, have you got anybody at home who might be watching the live stream?
I think mother's at home and brother's watching at the moment. So yeah, it's. I know they keep sending me Snapchat messages. So yeah, we've got people watching. So hello, we are here. So yeah, it's been a good day today. Dad went up earlier. And we had a good day yesterday at the Quick 60. Very different conditions, mind you.
Well, we've got some traction today. Well, loads of traction.
Yeah, definitely a difference today. The way Dad went off the line earlier was so much better. But yeah, yesterday wheel spin in fourth gear is entertaining.
Especially so short wheelbase, yeah?
Yeah, this one's actually quite stable. There's been a lot of suspension work done. Very stable in the corners. So hopefully this run, which will be my first today, will be nice and sensible.
Excellent. And how much horsepower have you got?
This engine's probably about 155 at the moment. The engine that's at home is probably about 180. So, yeah, this one will do the job today.
Brilliant. Well, have fun, be safe. That was a public service announcement because somebody had mentioned they were watching out for the Black Mini, and yeah, it's good to be able to get things together like that. Right. Well, it's all go down here in the paddock. I was hoping to actually catch up with the drift driver, so I might be able to. Oh, yeah, I've got a thumbs up. Excellent. Can I ask your name and where you're from, sir?
Yeah, my name's Paul Gunnington from Tamworth, not too far.
A nice local one outing for you today. Can you tell me a bit about the machine? Because I didn't realise. You came out, I think, in the second session, missed the first one, and I was like, wow, where's that come from?
Yeah. So it's a Nissan S15. It's running a Toyota Super engine in it with sequential gearbox, running about 700 horsepower. So it's a handful, but very fun.
Excellent. And what's your history within the drift scene?
So I've been drifting now for about 7 years. So I've been competing for about 4 in drift pro.
BDRC still running because the European Drift Championship I was involved with at the start, and it was all quite new, and it was like wow, and then it sort of it tallied away whilst the Time Attack took over. But there's still good crowds, people turning up.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, BDC is a good thing, and then Time Attack have started to come back now. Drift Pro Series, so yeah, really good. They're paving the way for the sport, which is amazing. You know, really good.
Excellent. Anybody you'd like to say thanks to?
Oh, just everybody around me. There's some people called Minute that helped me out a lot with the pits and whatnot, with the team Drift Creations as well. So yeah, really good. Haltech, they've got everything there, so amazing, really good.
Brilliant stuff. Well, from my point of view, you know, things out on track that are entertaining. The fact that you aren't straight any stage on the track, and the fact that you're going sideways while you're going straight is brilliant. So thanks a lot. Some very noisy cars down here. Have a great session.
Thank you very much. We'll make sure.
Wow, there is some noise down here. Okay, so red flags have been put away, and the paddock top gate's been opened, so that means our guest cars are coming out en masse. So anybody who's taking videos and photos up the hill, get ready, all your favourites are coming towards you in just a couple of minutes. And it is Ben in the Black Mini who will be first out. His first trip today up the hill, having had several in the extremely wet conditions yesterday.
white and red one? Huh? Oh, okay.
Well, as per usual, I'm going to make a beeline for anything unusual that's going up the hill. And so it's a nice beard, but you got as far as the chin and got rid of the rest. Can I ask you a little bit about your dog? I guess it's an Econoline, yeah?
No, it's a A100.
Oh, okay. Could you tell an idiot like me the difference between the two and why I made a mistake?
I think an Econoline's a Ford, isn't it?
The Econoline is a Ford and I'm an idiot. That's, how are you finding the altitude sickness as you go up the hill at this height?
It's very, very slow and very, very warm in here.
Yes, I can feel the heat out here. Is that a perennial problem with it or just the work it's doing today? Good grief, that's roasting. That's as hot as a sauna.
It appears to be a design flaw in the entire vehicle.
Excellent stuff. No regrets, loving it?
Yeah, it's cool.
And your new hobby will be renting it out as a sauna, yeah?
Yes.
Anybody you'd like to say hello or thanks to? Oh no, he's fine. So it's the big white Dodge. If you want warming up as it goes past, just put your hands out and you will get plenty warm. Brilliant. Okay, I'm right down the bottom end of the paddock, and the good news is we have got radio mic range, and I don't feel such a fool now. Peugeot came out earlier, and I thought it was you at the wheel, but you're obviously a two-car. Oh, you were driving anyway. Okay, yeah. Are they both your cars, or?
Yes, That doesn't, that's my daughter's.
Oh, okay. And it's the Thunder Saloon Championship you take part in, yeah?
Yes, the Thunder Saloons
And your first trip up the hill today was your first trip up the hill ever, yeah? Now, your crew, one of them who looked a little bit like you, could be a relative, I don't know, it's irrelevant. They were all very happy with how you left the start line and made it around the first corner. What about yourself? How is this incline sort of coping with your skill set?
Well, I didn't actually. I've been watching the YouTube videos and it doesn't show any hill at all. It all seems flat, so it was a little surprised when I got here. But yeah, well, we were quite pleased with launch because we've got a high first curve for racing. We never do standing starts, we do rolling starts. So we're quite happy to be able to get it away quite smooth, quite cleanly.
Loads of revs and dump the clutch and hope, yeah?
That's basically
So what brings you along? Were you invited? Did you just think it'd be a laugh? You saw it somewhere? I'm intrigued.
Well, no, I was invited along with the two cars to come along and show up and go have a blast up.
Excellent. And from your smile and the reaction from people around the car all day, I'm guessing you're really glad you got that invite, yeah?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I've enjoyed myself today. Yeah.
And you would come back again? Maybe bring some other friends from the series?
Yes, we'll try. Certainly we'll do next year.
Excellent stuff. Well, thank you for bringing the cars and for your time now. And as a further thank you, anybody you would like to give a shout out to? It could be a business, a friend, anybody for any reason.
Pro Performance. There we go. Pro Performance. WWF Pro Car Performance.
Excellent. A sponsor of the team, yeah? Thanks very much for your time. And I take it you'll be going up again before you go home. Wonderful stuff. Keep an eye out for the two black cars with the orange stripes. Both very impressive.
Hold on then, because I am this one because it's filthy dirty. Huh? Got like a 10.5 minutes.
Well, earlier on there was a little white Renault van which actually looks unrestored. It's just a bit of a survivor, and I'm sure I heard an anti-lag noise going on. There's something special going on under your bonnet, isn't there?
It's 249 horsepower fuel injected Renault 5 GT turbo engine. So.
Nice, and you're making quite a bit of heat as well. You've got the heaters on full to keep the engine cool, yeah?
We're melting, mate. We're melting, but we just keep the heaters on just to keep it down. It's a Renault 5, so you don't want it self-destructing, do you? So.
No, quite. Can I ask your name and where you're from and why you built this thing?
My name's Briggsy. I'm from Redcar. It's near Middlesbrough. Basically, I built it in 2008 just for the crack because I had a Renault 5 GT Turbo and it's had all the engine and running gear sat there. And I bid it on a van. Last minute, 7 minutes gone on eBay. Next minute, owned the van. And next minute, I built it. And I've done a few drag days, a few track days, and here we are. And I've just really enjoyed it. So just the sleeper element. So.
Yeah, oh, too darn right. I mean, it does make some impressive noises, doesn't it? Could you give us a little demo now to make the noises, or are you trying to keep it cool? Okay, no, that's cool. Don't worry about it. We'll hear it in a minute anyway.
It's like it's making noises when it likes to as well, you know. So it probably won't put a show on for you.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. And I have to say, there's a lot of very happy people here, spectators, members of the track crew, because this is a very different type of event from what they normally have. But in terms of the biggest smile of the day, you've just won the award, sir. You're having the best time ever. Anybody you'd like to say hi or thanks to?
I'd like to say hi to the Turbo Renault crew. Hi to my missus, Michelle Osborne, so she's behind you. So, like I say, basically, I'd like to say thank you to all the organisers, because I've had a great day. It's been excellent. You know, like there's not many chances you go and get to do a hill climb like this without when you can just basically just get invited and come. So I've really enjoyed it. You know, it's been well organised. Like I say, you know, it'd be nice if hopefully it'll continue for 4 years.
Exactly. It's a super slick event and bizarre and interesting and weird all at once. Yeah.
It is. Yeah, it is fantastic. You know, like I say, it's just so much like different cars, isn't it? You know, you see, it's like I don't know what it is. There's that little two-seater thing with the snapback windscreen. It's got the exhaust coming out the bonnet. I see the flames come out front, and I thought, where would you normally see something like that? You know, that looks, you know, it's something else.
In his garage, it's all he does is mega weird. I think actually it's just something boring like an MG underneath it all.
Looks mega though, doesn't it? It looks absolutely fantastic. So, like I say, again, look at that Dodge van there. When would you see one of them going up a whole climb? You know, it's fantastic.
It might be the last time. If you think you're hot, poke your head inside his window. He's twice the temperature of yours, yeah. Dude, what an infectious smile. Go and see everybody. You'll cure all ills. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon, yeah?
You too, sir. Have a good afternoon and I'll see you again.
Cheers. Oh, what a wondrous day we're all having. I caught up with my old mate Jim, who's been bombing up the hill in this gorgeous little white Morris Minor van. It's an exceptionally clean little car. And I wondered whether it might have been fake patina or whatever, but actually it was quite genuine. Was that an ex-works van that's a good survivor?
Yeah, no, it's an old joinery van. A friend of mine ran a joinery in Cardiff, and his partner's the signwriter, traditional signwriter. So it's all written on clear plastic, so you can take it off the van. So we're just sort of going through it, and currently today's problem is we've got clutch slip, as you might have heard.
No, actually, it was less hearing, it was more smelling. I can confirm that your clutch is slipping.
I can't smell it inside, I can hear it, and it's like, what do you do? Do you back off or not? But of course you don't back off. It's either going to break or it's going to break.
It's a hydraulic one, it's mounted in the chassis rail and it gets all the rust sort of packed around the master cylinder, doesn't it, if I remember right?
The odd thing about it's got a Type 9 Ford conversion, so it's a 5-speed box, so it's going to be a mixture of parts. It is
I don't know. I set up a VW workshop in 1991. My first 3 vehicles were Morris Minors. Yeah, one pickup, one saloon and one traveller. It was really, really surreal. But hey, it paid for my welder and got a few other things done. So, I remember you saying you've been trying to get it tuned and you were having difficulties. Finally you found it a rolling road and they actually got you another 30-odd horsepower out of it, was it?
Yeah, great company called Nuts, Nuts Performance near Aberdeen. Really know old cars, especially old British cars, really well. We started off with 50 brake on the rollers, and I don't know quite what they did because I couldn't quite see, but I think they turned down a needle for my SU to suit it because they didn't have a custom. So it made a custom needle, and we got 79.9 brake. You know, within I don't know 50 minutes.
It's incredible, isn't it? And so having a venue might not be local to a lot of people, but that kind of old school knowledge, especially being part father to son, it's a rarity. We need to support it, yeah?
Yeah, no, they're really good, and a good price as well. So they looked after me, they looked after everybody else.
Yeah, well, I remember from your Facebook post how impressed you were. That's why I wanted to catch up with you, give them a good shout out. You're a regular attender at this particular and the other Retro Rides events. Nice atmosphere today. Your thoughts?
Retro Rides, just the best show. Look at it. Turn around and look at the person next to you. Turn around and look at the weird cars, all the madness that's going on, and it's all okay. Yeah. And everyone's cool. Everyone's really chilled and cool. Yeah. Brilliant. I love it.
It's enough to make up for all those months of boredom, isn't it?
God, lockdown. That's it. We're free. We're free again.
Exactly, for the time being, and we are all going to love it. Jim, it's great to bump into you. I'll catch you later. Thanks for your time. Cheers. Okay, quick shout out to the winner of the very generous donator would be a far better way of describing it, of the last run up the hill for today. Apparently you're a drag racer, I might even know you. Could you please get yourself and your car into the paddock and ask for Ian? It's a little bit early, but we want to make sure that you get the ride that you paid for up the hill. And who knows, possibly a couple of extra runs as well. So the winner of the TAT auction, last run up the hill of Retro Rides Gathering 2021, please get yourself and your car into the paddock and speak to any of the guys with the orange shirts that say crew on them. Thank you.
distance was like 12.
Trying to get hold of Philip on triangle.
Here comes the Anglia, folks. Definitely one of the stars of the show. Simon Colson, Ahmad, if you could come to the paddock, please, it'd be appreciated. Oh, sorry, to the merch stall. Simon Colson to the merch stall. And any members of the Retro Rides team, sorry I've had the radio on the wrong channel. I'm back on the right one now if you need to get hold of me. Well, it may be a replica of a 6R4, but it goes like one. Amazing run up the track there. Just to let you know that the fantastic live stream that's been provided on YouTube on the Retro Rides TV channel is being provided by Hillclimb TV. That's the team who've been providing all this amazing stuff that you'll be able to watch when you get home, share on your social media, show everybody where you've been all day. And a happy birthday shout out to Snap-on man Dave Newton, who turns half century. Oh, I remember that. So happy 50th to Dave Newton from Stourbridge. Hope you've had a brilliant day. Well, there goes the Hallscourts Escort. Wow, he's really going for it now. Having an absolutely brilliant day. I've had a couple of messages online and quite a few people mentioning that this is one of their favourite two cars up the track today. There goes Tim in the Driftworks car. Wow. Literally taking up the whole track surface on several of the bends. And we've got one more drift car coming too. So the team providing the the live stream today, they specialise in hill climb events, but they are available for other stuff. So if you've got an event motorsport related, I don't know, it wouldn't even surprise me. They could probably do 3-day eventing, who knows? But if you want a team with all the tech, all the know-how and all the equipment, then check them out, Hillclimb TV. So we've got another British Drift Championship car waiting patiently. I think we're going to have a little delay for the smoke to clear at the top end. So through the S's, it's underneath the tree canopy. What a glorious noise. I think we should probably do an edit of the drift cars going up the hill with slip sliding away as a background, although I suppose you probably won't put it on YouTube. Absolutely magical. Way over 600 brake horsepower now. If you do nothing else when you get home or tomorrow, check out the live stream and check out the drift cars. It's magic watching them go over the track. Well, I suddenly realised that the little red Fiat that's got the nice stars on it and an interesting caster on the front wheels that I took my eye earlier, I've seen it before. I'm pretty darn sure I know the driver. I think that's an old friend of mine from the Volkswagen Drag Racing Club's little brother, who actually bought my dragster off me many years ago. And he's had various cool little cars that he's put together to bring to the Retro Ride gatherings over the years. So we'll find a tiny little Fiat that's packing one heck of a punch on the start line, ready to rock and roll. And we've got drift smoke drifting through the valley, up round the S's. Wow, this crazy little machine. It looks to be right on the edge, but there's no holding up for it. Well, I'm not sure whether he's the bravest driver we've had go up the hill or whether his brake lights aren't working, but I haven't seen them flash once. Oh, and somebody dropped a bit of information into the paddock office earlier. The Corsair that I said is a V4 actually isn't a V4. Would have done from the factory, I'm fairly sure, but it's running a VTEC, so no wonder it's pretty stout. Well, just a quick shout out. It's 10 to 4 at the moment. The hill action will continue till 5 o'clock, so we've got just over an hour to go. I appreciate some of you have got a bit of a distance to travel home, so you might be leaving us. So I'd like to say thank you very much for all attending today, making this event what it is. Hope you've enjoyed everything. Just a little plea here, if you could please, particularly for the first 5 miles of your journey, just drive really, really gently. The neighbours around these valleys have to put up with a lot of traffic coming in and out. And I know it's tempting, you've seen all these fast cars and everything, but please just drive very, very gently so that we don't get any more complaints. It's been such a beautiful day, and it'd be a shame to be marred by a few idiots being exuberant on their way out. And speaking of returning home, if there is anybody who's travelling back to the Swindon, Hungerford, Wantage area, around that area, has got a spare place in your car, if you could get in contact with one of the team, that would be absolutely fantastic. Okay, we've got a red light, can't see, sorry, red flag, can't see what the problem is. It's a bit of a weird one. We had a red flag, everything stopped down here, but they let the car carry on at the top, so difficult one to judge. Well, I would have thought they would stop the car in that being the case. I'm a presenter.
Okay, we got the Rover SD1 with the very exotic sounding engine on board. When I went down into the paddocks, that was one of the cars I was looking for, but couldn't find it. Well, just off the power band as it leaves the start line, but picking up nicely now. Well, roasty toasty, but with the biggest smile I've seen on anybody's face today. Here comes the little Renault van with, well, it packs a serious punch, but it's running very, very hot. It goes round the corners incredibly well considering how tall that body is. Very, very smooth through the S's at the top end as well. Great bit of driving.
And the free camera.
Right, and I've had confirmation from some of the organising team that for next year we will actually have full details of all the cars that are entered on the hill. So rather than relying on me guessing and then tracking drivers down, because of this amazing computer system we've got in place, yeah, should be able to bring you all the details of the cars, which would be wonderful news. Okay, so definitely not a V4 in this car. Something a lot more modern. Well, a nice amount of power in the RX-7. Some issues with traction, but getting over that quite quickly as well. Well, the MX-5 had the bonnet up down in the paddock area, and got to be said, quite a few upgrades going on that little machine. Fortunately, not getting blinded by the pug this time. They've turned the headlights off. The man who can and always does on his way up the hill, as quietly as he possibly can. Well, we've had some incredible cars here. We've had some weird cars. The one thing we've not had this year is much of a representation from the sort of stuff that would normally run up the hill here at Shelsley Walsh. Or, because we have been treated in the past to some very famous cars that have been competing on this hill for like 70, 80 years. But that Morgan three-wheeler stroke replica, I don't know whether it's... Well, actually, I'm guessing it's probably an original. It's kind of indicative of some of the machines that used to run up here back in the day. I hope some of you have managed to see some of the big blow-ups and the original shots from the very early days of this track, going right through the 20s and 30s. They had some mad machines. They've even had the oh, what a time to have a brain fade. Great big Auto Union cars with the 5 circles on them, and they've had them run up here. Just mind blowing. Formula 1 cars of the day coming up the hill. Now, if you find the smell of a burning out clutch offensive and you're near the start line, in about a minute's time, you might want to just pinch your nose a little, because Jim Henshaw's coming out in the struggling Moggy Minor van. And the stench did hang around for a moment or two after his last trip up the hill. And that is his son, who's just made it out of the top S in the bronze Dodge van. It's always great when you see father and son teams or brothers or whatever out, just having a family day out and a bit of a giggle. Such a clean little car, this. Everything about it just so. Well, please don't forget, you've had a great day out here. You supported the team that put on the event and the venue itself. But you can... Has he had a tweak? Has he fixed it? Who knows? But anyway, don't forget, Retro Rides carry their full merchandising stall, and you can, show your devotion to the sea and also help publicise the event and others like it if you purchase one of the t-shirts. So it all helps the good cause. And you can find the merch in the purple Easy Up tent that's at the top of the show field. It's basically just alongside where the ambulance is if you look up the hill. Oh, and this is David, one of the organisers' cars. He hasn't driven it before, and I know he sustained an injury earlier, so hopefully he's doing all right. And this might well be the first time that he's taking it up the hill, we're pretty sure, yeah? Yeah. So the car was down a Goodwood. He bought it some time ago, but what with lockdown and various other things, he hadn't really had a chance to look at it prior to Goodwood. That's either a nice gentle checkout pass or somebody forgot to take the handbrake off. Not quite sure which it is at the moment. Oh, good point. Yeah, it could have been fourth gear rather than second gear. I hadn't thought of that. Okay. I would love to say that car is faster than a speeding Trabant, but sadly I don't think that's the case. Let's put a positive spin on it. It's running cameras. This is the official course camera car making a slow pass. Taking your car up the hill and gone to all the effort of organising the event, it seems right that no matter what, you get your own car up to the top of the hill and safely across the line. Okay, we've had a rush of messages come in that I hadn't been keeping an eye on. Somebody's just saying, I've just found this channel by accident today, and I'm wondering how I never found it before today. Have a look back, if you're still listening in, so have a look back through. There's all sorts of interesting output on the channel. Oh, that's brilliant. Where you can go from a Morgan three-wheeler to a Dodge van, laugh out loud. Same guy, Maxtronaut Media, the diversity of vehicles is amazing. It's the unique selling point of this this event, definitely. Somebody's asking, Hubnut Vids, are you at the Retro Rides gathering? I sadly missed it. Well, I can only assume that Ian's here somewhere because his missus said he was on the way. And Lee Harron says, well done to all the organisers, the track marshals, the commentators. Yeah, because there was another chap here yesterday, Adam, did a brilliant job. Entrance and everyone standing around hungover, smelling of water glim and unleaded fuel additive. Thanks for the coverage. I love this sort of stuff. This is brilliant. Maxtronaut is listening because he saw Christmas in August from Retro Rides TV. Exactly. Something for everyone. Well, Max Stranaut, he's saying thank you for the shout-outs. It's no problem at all. He wishes he was here in the flesh. Perhaps you can come back to us, dude. Are you in another country or just busy or didn't know about the event till today? Be great if you'd get back to us. So we're just waiting for the vehicles that have been collected in the top paddock to come back downhill. A little bit longer than usual on this turnaround. I'm not entirely sure why, but I can't imagine it's going to be too much of a problem. And we've got exactly 1 hour to go. We've still got plenty of cars here, and hopefully the man who very generously, I think it was up to £140 he donated for the honour of being the last one up the hill this year. Hopefully he'll already have been sorted out down in the paddock and ready to go.
Now this is impressive. I like that a lot.
Ah, brilliant. The guys have been very busy editing a little highlights package together now that they're putting up on the live stream. Wow, Max North Media he's watching from Maryland in the US. So yeah, I understand why you can't be with us today, but I'm really pleased you've enjoyed the coverage and thanks for your input as well. Some of the slow-mo replays from the drift cars as they go through the top S's is incredible. They are literally brushing the earth banking with their bumpers. The grass, the precision is incredible. Okay, so our cars are safely back down and headed into the paddock, which means we've got a live track again, and it looks like we're going to kick off with some of our guest cars. So I've no way of knowing whether it's Ben or Ben's dad behind the wheel of the Mini, but they had some serious fun yesterday when it was absolutely tipping down with rain. Ben's only had one run in the dry so far. The Datsun seems to be chucking kicking out some rather large puffs of smoke at the top end. That was made it through. All good. One of 3 or 4 circuit racers that's taken to the hill so beautifully well today. Is Joss on a flyer in the Lotus machine. These two cars absolutely epitomise everything to do with the retro rides ethos. A Viva van and a Ford Anglia. We shed loads of power on board. And one of several passenger rides that Mick's offered today. One of them was part of a Street Machine giveaway. Well, my new Welsh friend out there in that lovely Anglia has just been getting quicker and quicker and quicker. It's just a shame that this isn't a timed meeting. This is just person and car against the hill rather than the clock. The precision of his driving is incredible. I bump into a lot of people, and I try to remember to do shout-outs for the various things that are going on. One that I arranged to do many hours ago, completely forgot about, but just had a timely reminder. It's a friendly face wandered by. A big shout-out to Pedalbox, and you can find them at www.pedalbox.show. That are filming just about anything that moves or doesn't on site, and we'll be putting together a very nice little package of the event. So pedalbox.show is where to go for some very nice footage of the entire event, filmed to an exceptionally high standard on broadcast quality equipment. That was the main thrust of the conversation we had, actually. How incredible it is that you can buy equipment and software to put together broadcast quality programs now at a fraction of the price it was such a short period of time ago. Well, Mick Wilkes has picked up another legion of fans, this time not here at the show but all around the world. live stream. Right, I think I'm going to head back down into the paddock and have a chat with a few more of the cars that I've not managed to catch up with yet. Really hoping I can find that the road recipe one and find out why it sounds so interesting.
And they used to rock like fuck.
Okay, a man I've known, well, actually, it's quite a long time. I'm just trying to think. When was it you bought my dragster off me? That must have been about 96. No, it wouldn't have been. I was racing in 96, 97 possibly. Oh, okay, 1998. This young man, he's not a young man anymore. None of us are. Bought my dragster off me, and he regular at Retro Rides Gathering. He had fiberglass hot rod with a Calibra red top motor in it originally. Yeah. Is that car still around?
Still around.
You'll have to speak up a little bit. I don't want to poke you too hard. Big garage and it's at the back of it?
It's in my workshop at work, just sat in the corner. They'll come out.
Come out again eventually. Anyway, this little Fiat is incredible. It looks like concours condition in many areas. All original paint. Doesn't look like it's ever had any welding done to it. Front end slammed. Let's talk about the engine.
It's got an Hayabusa running a Land Rover differential to get the power to the wheels. As far as I know, it's standard engine.
Hang on, you've got Hayabusa motorcycle engine and a Land Rover diff. How on earth did you come up with that package?
It was already in the car when I bought it.
Really? Who'd you buy it off? Must be an interesting character.
Old man in Stourbridge.
Really? What, just a proper old man and a tinkerer? Or did he do hill climbs or anything? Or did he just a speed freak?
Don't know. Just wanted to sell it.
That's brilliant. Okay, so the last time out, 2 years ago, you hadn't had it long, you were setting it up, and too much fuel pressure, you reckoned, at the time, yeah?
It's running 120 psi.
And what's it running now?
35.
Hang on. Yeah, I would say that's a bit too much. And it popped seals. We're leaking fuel everywhere.
The oil was full of fuel.
Yeah, well, you know, we all play with Volkswagens, don't we? We're used to them with sumps full of petrol. So, what do you do with it, and what's the plan with it? I mean, obviously, the last year and a half has been, everybody's plans have been up in the air. Is this something that's just going to come out occasionally, or are you looking to use it on the road regularly?
Just going to come out occasionally. Sometimes go from work in it, and that's about it.
Excellent. Well, this workshop of yours with all these interesting projects collected in the back of them, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Fix customers' cars.
Yeah, well, just MOT work and stuff and servicing, or
anything at all.
What about special fabrication, or do you leave that just for your own machines?
If someone asks me, I'll do something for them.
Excellent stuff. And I mean, your brother was massively into drag racing there called Volkswagens, and he's just bought his original car back a little while back, and we had a conversation about that earlier. You dipped your toe into Volkswagen drag racing. It proved a bit expensive with the rod going out the block, but you got any plans to go back down that route, or are you going to stick with weird and wacky?
Took the yacht rod back down there a couple of years ago. Went slow. Rebuild a bigger engine for it, get more power out of it.
Well, what sort of turbo engine do you go for this time? Another bike engine, or?
Skoda.
Skoda? Okay, what vintage Skoda?
Octavia.
Yeah, that do the job quite nicely. Anyway, the Westwood brothers always smile, always whatever's going on. Any other plans motoring-wise for the end of this year? I don't know what else is going on. Oh, yeah, excellent. Yeah, he's going to drag the drag bug down and have some fun with that. Well, I can't say fairer than that. Right, I know I need to have a word with. Yeah, just be careful on those corners. Margins of error in this appear not to be too large. Oh, I came to have a word with Son, and you've jumped on board. Oh, I'll have a word with him over there then. Have you driven this before, Dad?
Yes, I have.
Up the hill? Excellent. What are you expecting out of the... I don't know, what do you call it? The bronze turd seems appropriate. It's one of those fake taxi things. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Here's Morgan at the wheel of the lovely little Morris Minor van. Everything's just so perfect about this. The beauty room's slightly wider than stock, I'm guessing. You don't mention to me earlier the clutch is slipping a little. Had done anything to the clutch to fix it, or are you just hoping that it won't burn out and you can drive home?
No, he's done absolutely.
Oh, I love it. It's brilliant. And
I hope he doesn't bin my van. I've got to get home.
yeah, quite. That's not your daily driver, that Dodge, is it?
Sometimes it is.
Go on, what's the MPG on it, approximately?
About 9 to the gallon.
9 miles to the gallon, and going up the hill probably down to about 3 or 4, I'm guessing. Well, keep smiling, dude. It was great catching up with you. Well, I've caught up with the RX-7 that's been up the track a few times. Yeah, sorry, I have it, dude. You'll be fine, sir. I knew it was a bit special from once you're into second gear and especially approaching the first corner. Now I get down here and it looks like you're set up for drifting, yeah?
Yeah, I have done a few drift days now and then, but it is a Hillclimb sprint car and a daily, really. It's a bit of everything.
You literally use it on the road.
Oh, yeah, I use this all the time. It's best seat time.
That is one of the best responses I've had to any questions today. I love it. What's your name? Where are you from, dude?
My name's Julian, and I'm from Plymouth and Devon.
Okay, and what's your history with cars?
Well, I've had this for 10 years. This is engine number 5. Yeah, I do a few hill climb sprints. Done a little bit of drag racing, some drifting, bit of everything really in this, and well, yeah, mostly this really.
Proper all-round car. What do you get out of it?
It was on an old concrete airfield. I think it was a 12-1 on a previous engine setup. It was a while ago now.
Was that down your neck of the woods? Smith Harps, yeah? Oh, dude, I was there for the first few meetings. Lee Child's a very good and old friend of mine. And I when it came up with the fact that we're guerrilla drag racing. Yeah. The cows are there on Friday. We clear them out on Saturday, scrape up the cow muck, and come Monday, the cows are back again. I loved it down there. The atmosphere still is great, proper grassroots and lovely.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been for a while, but it is that sort of style event. Yeah, it's good. And the drift days are brilliant.
Excellent stuff. So, what was the other thing I was going to say? You mentioned you've been through a few engines. Is this just putting too much power in it, or is it just exploration due to tips having enough?
Really? I haven't really either. Yeah, it's more the case of upgrades, want to go faster, a little bit of porting. That's about it, really.
Excellent stuff. And how many times, I mean, is this a regular coming to this venue?
I've never taken a car up the hill. This is the first time, but I've been here before and it's an awesome event.
Excellent stuff. And how long is it going to take you to get home?
It's only 180 miles in this. I drive it everywhere, so it's I'm not recovering or anything, so
Doesn't seem to be a great deal of space in here. Did you camp politely?
It's a little bit like it, yeah. It is a bit of a TARDIS. It's not bad. You've got to kind of wedge it all in, but yeah, you can't see out the back when you're fully loaded.
Excellent stuff. Well, thanks a lot. It's been a really interesting car to watch, and have a great day. Oh, yeah. Do you want to say hi or thanks to anybody? That's good enough. Keep on smiling. Have a great afternoon. And he forgot to say thanks to his ever-patient girlfriend.
camera went tick, 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 tick on the end of the lens. And as I put the camera down, it was there.
Like, I'm yet to do cars that handle like bikes. Feels like cars feels like an absolute. Like I've done physics and robot stuff with friends on bikes, and I've narrowly avoided someone in truck in front, and it's like it's just coming straight at you.
Yeah, that was just the lens. Yeah.
I'm probably a bit more reckless than I should be. So I'm of the philosophy of what's going to happen when my legs get any worse. It's probably not the right way to think.
No, it's a terrible attitude to have on the flip side. Why could I have only your sister's going to go away and say that, really, isn't it?
Well, not, I'm not happy.
I actually made me laugh because it was 57% of the well, I was like, oh, no, it wasn't very good. I was like, yeah, thanks. Yeah, but it was actually quite funny.
So pretty much his daily driver. He'll be loading up all the camping gear and heading back down to Devon in a little while. What a lovely little machine it is, continuously developed over the years.
I did a round and a half there just trying to recover. Hey, you're smaller than most people in IT, I'll tell you that now, and like just the desk dwellers, yeah.
Wow, there's some great conversations going on in the YouTube comments now from the people who are watching from all around the world. It's absolutely brilliant. There's a shout out, watch out for the yellow Lupo, and that yellow Lupo's just come up in 3 conversations on my way back up from the paddock. It's going to be coming our way fairly soon. They're just replacing batteries in the GoPros at the moment. I've no idea what power it's packing. Okay, well, the official time, according to the computer, is 20 to 5, so we've got about 20 minutes more run time left to go. Repsol 555 replica car flying up the hill again. Got some really nice lines, some very aggressive braking at the top end. Be a very experienced racer in many different disciplines, really wringing the most out of his lovely little roadster, taking a totally different line to just about all the other cars through the bottom and top S's. Very, very smooth. Okay, so father and son of swap cars, that's the next 2 wagons you're going to see. Morgan's all set. I wonder if he'll try and fry his dad's clutch. Almost. Off he goes. I must admit, if I knew my clutch was sus, even I, who will have a go at most things, would probably think twice about taking up a steep hill at speed. But anyway, off he goes. Here comes Dad Jim in the incongruous Dodge. 9 miles per gallon, honestly, the Americans, bless them. That's probably unloading, unladen as well. Oh, he's off. That's the fastest that van has gone past me today. It might not look fast to you, but it is faster. One of my mates popped up on the YouTube comments. Did the RX-7 chap Julian sound a bit muddly plain? No, he didn't actually. Didn't sound that Plymouth at all. But, yeah, hi Gary, by the way. And the Morgan sedately, smoothly sweeping round the corners. But these vehicles were built for these hills because they're manufactured just up the road. We're not too far away from, oh, the other place where the Three County Showground is. Malvern, that's it, yeah. I'm guessing it's a Clubman GT, this little Mini. Been putting in some very impressive runs up the hill. Well, Ben Bonfield, who's been driving the little black Mini, has just tweeted. Can't believe I'm using this terminology. Anyway, he's just tweeted having a right old laugh, really started to fly a retro ride together in Shelsley, Walsh. Good old Mini's going flat out from Kennel to the bottom S. Oh, beautiful power shifting with the turbocharged Metro there. Very efficient. And for the fans out there, both here at Shelsley Walsh and on YouTube, just to let you know, Mick is coming round in the HA Viva van. Getting a bit squirrely whilst warming his tyres there. This potentially, well yeah, it's 10 to 5 now, this potentially is Mick's last run. It could well be everybody's last run, actually, thinking about it. Oh, great start there from Mick. Wow, he's turned something up, he's definitely going quite a bit quicker. Oh, if only it hadn't been so wet yesterday, he might have gone a bit further in the quick 60 shootout competition we had here. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful run for me. Well, a big shout out to those hardcore fans who made it right up to the top of the hill. I recognise a few of the T-shirts and things up there. A lot of them been up there all day. So red flags have come out. We're going to bring that batch down, and whilst we've still got cars ready to run. I'm guessing we'll run them even if we go slightly past the 5 o'clock cut-off time. Not had confirmation with that. Whilst there's still a good few of you people still here, just like to say thank you very much for coming along, supporting the event and the Retro Rides team. Big shout out to all the staff here at Shelsley, Walsh. They always make us so welcome, particularly the bar stuff. See, alcohol's not a thing I do very often. I had a really nice night last night, and it was thanks to Tim and his team behind the bar. If anybody runs an event, or I don't know, you might have a wedding coming up or whatever, they do quite a large area. They've got mobile bars that you can hire as well, so you could pop in and pick up a business card or whatever. Thanks to everybody at the Shelsley Walsh organising team as well that keep things running in the background. It's been a tough year for venues. It's been a tough year for promoters. Obviously, us other people who sort of come along and enjoy these events in various ways. We've not had it easy either. But anyway, everything has gone so swimmingly well. What would be absolutely fantastic, if you've had a brilliant weekend, is to make sure that you share the live stream on YouTube so that other people can enjoy it. You know, might well be like this chap, Maxtronaut Media over in Maryland in America. He's enjoying what he's seen so much. When there's been a bit of downtime with the live stream, he's been going back through the Retro Ride stuff and been looking at the Christmas specials and things. It's going to be there forever for us to enjoy. But if you could share it, it will do Hill Sport TV, the crew who've put the cameras in and they've been sat there diligently pressing buttons, doing these lovely mixes, and then doing highlight replays that they've been playing at times like lunchtime and whatever. It's all just been brilliant. So it takes just a minute to like, to subscribe, to share, and spread the love. And we can all come back next year and have it even bigger and even better. And remember, it's this Quick 60. The Hillclimb Shootout. It's a brand new thing that got trialled yesterday, and I think it's got legs. It's a whole new sport for a lot of people to get involved with. You know, Hillclimb is very well established. You have all sorts of classes within it, but this whole new concept is very different, and I think it's got legs. It feels like what Time Attack felt like to me right at the start of it. And, you know, you've seen some of the cars that were running up the hill yesterday, even if you weren't here yesterday. But keep an eye out for it. And likewise, if you get the opportunity to share and spread awareness, it'd be absolutely brilliant. If we could have 2 or 3 competitive events where you're seeing actual Hillclimb racing as opposed to demonstration runs, run what you brung like we've had today, and bolt it together with a bit of a car show, sounds like heaven to me. Oh, that's really cool. There must be a few spectators waving frantically at all the drivers because they're all waving as they're coming back down. I've not seen that on any of the other return runs. Right, well, we've still got, what time? Well, okay, we're right up on 5 o'clock, but I can see, oh, crikey, there must be like 10 or 15 cars down there. Brilliant. And all the drivers flashing and waving at the marshals on the way back down. I think it's just been one of those days, a very special day today. Brilliant.
How you doing?
Are we down a good in no time and I'll find it.
Okay, the whistles have been blown and the red flags are being put away, which means we've got a live track again and we've still got more cars. So I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver, but I think we're going to see one final batch of cars going up the hill. Fingers crossed. So any drivers who are in the paddock, you need to be with your cars right now. Yay! Extra time, cool. Oh, and the Hillclimb TV crew down there in the in the warm building, as opposed to the very hot building, the greenhouse I'm in. I told you if I shared it on my social media, we'd get a few more converts. We've definitely got one who's coming next year. So Gary, you won't regret it, mate. Come for the weekend camp. It's lovely. The atmosphere in the camp zone last night. There wasn't any music being played anywhere. There was just people chatting, and there were people into imps chatting into people who are into BMWs. It was just a melting pot of petrol heads having a lovely time, sharing a few beers and burgers. It was wicked. Being offered bacon at 1:30 in the morning, very unexpected and very well received. V8 powered TR7. With that glorious sound shooting on up the hill for the last time. And another shout out to Hillclimb Monsters. They do so much to support this event and normally have quite a long and involved journey to get here. I've not seen them in the flesh and there's been lots of stuff, so I'm guessing that due to the situation the world's been in, they've had to stay home. But please check out Hillclimb Monsters all around the internet for some amazing footage. And reports from all the big hill climb events. Sorry, that chuckle was from our friend from Maryland over in the States who's been asking some great questions and making some lovely comments. He said, beers, burger and bacon, I'm there. Now that would be impressive, sir, if you can make the journey all the way over next year. Jeddah Motorsports saying, hopefully we'll be back with the Peugeot 205 for the 60 Challenge next year. Been great TV coverage, and that's from Jeff and Darren. Jeff and Darren, thank you very much. On behalf of the crew who've done it all. Nice to know it's appreciated. sleeper category. Looks so stock, but the way it's shooting round the bends. Range Rover out for the last Sunday afternoon drive. Rolling Hills, glorious Worcestershire. Okay, this could well be our last vehicle up the hill. Oh, hang on, there's a Lupo down there as well. Because somebody paid for the honour of being the last one up the hill. Well, there's 2 Retro Ride team T-shirts in that car. Oh, actually, it would make sense if the Lupo is in fact the auction winner from last night. Well, I wondered if it was a secret entrance from Dark Side Developments, who do incredible things with little Lupos, but what an amazing, amazing event this has been. Folks, if you're still around, can you please put your hands together for all the Shelsley, Walsh crew and marshals who've done such a brilliant job today. Just thank you very much. It's been such a brilliant weekend. These guys have a really tough job to do, dealing with rain yesterday and heat today. Brilliant. I hope you all have a very safe journey home. I know you lot won't be hooligans on the roads. You're not that type of people. Have a lovely journey and have a great week ahead. I'm Paul Venners, and I'm sure you'll be hearing me again sometime soon. Yeah. Have a good one. Cheers. Bye. Oh, and everybody on YouTube, thanks very much for all your comments and everything. That's been a very interesting thing. Something I first dreamed about in 2002, being able to speak to people all around the world like this, and it's finally happened. So thanks for all your input as well. Have a good one wherever you are. Cheers. Bye.